Okay, let's see if that works. Hello, friends! I know you can hear me this time. I turned on the mic. I'm prepared this time. Kind of. Sort of. A little bit. Anyway, hello! Oh, there we go. There's chat. Now it's moving. Okay. It caught up. I still don't know why I have a delay. I know I've got a setting turned on somewhere that I gotta adjust. Let me turn this down a little bit. There we go. It's amazing that my volume is on like 4. Whenever I use speakers, it's like on 35 and up oftentimes, but on headphones I'm like 4. Otherwise, anything else is too loud. Let me know if the music is too loud for you guys too. Hopefully this is not gonna be a copyright issue, although I don't think it'll really matter all that much. Anyway, hi. Yeah. So here's the deal. There are no images of Asmodee to work with, like, period. Anywhere. Like, you can, it's like basically the one little still shot of her from like the Shades trailer, and then there's the intro scene. That's it. That's all we have to work with. And I don't know about you, I am sick of using the same like 3 shots of this character forever. No 3D model. You know, you could probably find a 3D model, but maybe this is a hot take. I don't like manipulating 3D models for thumbnails. I'm not saying it shouldn't be done. A lot of people do it really well. I personally like to use shots that are from the game or from promotional material. I don't like to... I feel weird picking up the paper doll and posing it unofficially. It's a me thing. It's a me thing. Also, I don't know how to use 3D models, so we're not gonna do that. Oh, is the music loud? Okay. I'm trying to find a happy medium for my volume versus everything else. Hold on. I want to see something real quick. One thing that might be happening. Oh no, that's up. Okay. I don't know. Music is now too quiet. It's like right in between. How's that? That should be right in between. No finding a 3D model as a reference. Oh, I don't care about using a 3D model as a reference, really. I don't really need that. The poses we have of her from the few materials we do have are sufficient. So basically, I drew this like super quickly just to kind of like get a sense of like what I was trying to do or what I was trying to go for. And I have a couple of caveats. The first is that I haven't used a proper tablet in a really long time. I'm used to drawing on a screen, but my cintiq died, so I can't do that. So this is going to be a little slow and a little chunky and a little uncomfortable for me, personally. The uncomfortable part's just me. And also, don't expect masterpieces or anything. I even in my, for lack of a better term, prime, I've never been the best artist. Like, I'm not the best illustrative artist. But the other thing is, you might see me struggle with the controls a little bit, and that's because this version of Clip Studio I have not used, and everything has been moved around. So I'll be getting used to that too. So, is that Paimon? That is Paimon. This video isn't going to be what you think it is. So, there's that at least. I don't want to go... Yeah, see, I'm not used to that being there. I'm not used to, like, half this. This is gonna be great fun. Great fun. I can't wait. I don't also want black. Giving real polymath vibes? I think people will tell you that math is not my strong suit. Although, you know what? Hold on one second. My pressure issue actually has nothing to do with Clip Studio and everything to do with how I set this tablet up. So hold on. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's better. That's better. I know what a polymath is, okay? I know what a polymath is. That's not the... That wasn't really what I was getting at. I'm gonna refine this down a little bit more before I actually do inking, though, because I think her face is too long. And that's gonna make things really funky. Anyway, you guys don't just have to, like, sit there and watch. Although I assume that you might. I don't like that. Do I have an R? I do. That'll make me happy. That'll make me happy. How long did that sketch take? I don't know, maybe 10 minutes. I have a much easier time working on paper than I do on computer, and I'm also working on a tablet on the side, which is gonna make things even a little funkier. So, you know, see her head, her face here, the jaw is too big. Is too big. Because if I wanted to do this, it should be down here. Yeah. So there's that. Do I draw all my thumbnails? Oh god, no. No. Most of them are screenshots that are slightly manipulated from in-game footage. I might just end up redrawing this at this point, but that's okay. That's okay. So is this video about something along the lines of Paimon being a fragment of Asmodee, with Asmodee's memories being locked inside her? Because that's kind of the vibe you're getting. I mean, not exactly. I am gonna make a connection between Asmodee and Paimon, but not that one necessarily. I'm gonna say that, like, half the video is gonna be like... Half the video is gonna be like Temple of Space lore. I'm gonna be talking about, like, the apathic interval. I don't like this. I'm gonna talk about the apathic interval and, like, a lot of the stuff I didn't get around to talking about in the last video I made on the Temple of Space. I also wanted to talk about Asmodee's power of space, because I think we've kind of been misled a little bit as to what she actually governs over. So there's gonna be that. Yeah, it's a little better. That's a little better. We're going to be doing a lot of talk about Buddhism, for starters. There's going to be a lot of Buddhism. A lot of Buddhism, a lot of Platonism. There's going to be a little bit of New Age stuff in it. What else? What else is in there? I don't know, like the first 2/3 of the video should age pretty well, like regardless of whether or not the connection to Paimon actually ends up panning out. And then like the last 1/3 of the video is going to be a little, like we'll just have to wait and see. It's funny though, because I actually had a whole section in there about Dotori that I had to take out because he actually has like a lot of, he has a lot of the same sort of references and properties that Asmodee does, which I think is really interesting, and I kind of understand why now. But because of the extent of the Dotori information that we got in the last Archon quest and stuff, and just like how big in scope this video already was, I took it out. So you know. So we'll be doing a Dotori analysis after this. So that'll be fun. That will make it a lot easier. I don't know why I didn't do that. All right. Severing the 3 deadly selves? Kind of. New Age draws on Platonism, Buddhism, Hinduism, and a lot of Gnosticism. Yeah, and that's kind of like the thing, right? Because like Hoyo loves their like folklore, religion, philosophy smoothie, right? So I don't feel like weird about sort of pulling from a lot of places because I know they are. It's just what's the right mix? That's the question. Question is what's the mix? Wrong brush. Okay. Now this is the part I wasn't actually sure about. I'm gonna leave that as is for now. I'm probably gonna shrink that eye. I think it's gonna be too big in the final. Yeah. Okay. She has. The recipe is forbidden knowledge. It's like KFC, right? Like, you know all of the herbs and spices, but in what proportion are they? It makes all the difference. That's kind of how I think about it. But it should be fun. It should be fun. It should be fun. The video is almost an hour long. As is. So, like, the previous Temple of Space video was like 40 minutes. I just spilled water all over my tablet. That's fantastic. And the next one's 55 minutes, I think. And the Dotori one will probably be about 30. So it'll be long. It'll be long. It'll be worth the well, hopefully worth the wait. Or so we hope. Let me put this here for a bit. Okay, we're looking at some really complex knot work. Hold on. Let's see. We're gonna have her slightly. Because we're gonna need to draw the curvature of her outfit, which is a super annoying design, I gotta say. From an artistic perspective, as like someone who would have to recreate this by hand, this is a really annoying design. It looks cool, though. It's just really annoying. Let's see. Yeah, this will be fun. Yum, 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 yum. Did you ever reference Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit? I know of one character that seems to be inspired from there, but I don't know. I don't know about, like, in-game, because I'm not, like, the biggest Lord of the Rings buff, so I couldn't tell you. I know someone who could tell you, but what I will say is that Lord of the Rings is, heavily... It draws heavily from, Finnish folklore and the Kalevala. So, like, if you want to look for Lord of the Rings references, my guess is that you're going to find most of them in, Nod Cry. I could be wrong. But like that would be your best bet. You know what? I do remember there being some you know how like Conria has a lot of characters who are named after dwarves and stuff? I think Thrain, so Capitano, has a Lord of the Rings counterpart or reference. Like, I think Thrain was used in Lord of the Rings, but I don't know anything about that character. So I don't know if it actually ended up being relevant or if it's just, like, a coincidental, like, name thing. I'm gonna go simple first. If we're going this way... Do we think Capitano will return? I do. I don't know when. And I'm also not, like, sure about what circumstances he could possibly return under. But I do think they'll bring him back. Like, I think the fact that we have, like... Okay, listen, I even think it's very possible Dottore can come back, and not just because of the lizard. I don't know if you guys have seen that theory. There's like Lizard Tori, the Lizard Tori theory, like, floating around. That's kind of part of being used for, like, why he might come back and potentially be playable. I do think it's possible for Dottore to come back and be playable, but not because of the lizard. And I think there's, like, a similar argument that you can make for the captain as well. Because, like... I almost feel like okay, so if you look at, like, the top 4 harbingers, right? We have Capitano, Dottore, Colombina, and Arlecchino. Arlecchino and Colombina are basically, like, moon affiliated, and then Dottore seized the authority of Irminsul, and the captain tried to thwart Death, right? So I'm looking at, like, the combination that we have, and I'm like, okay, well, Colombina kind of fights time, right? Because she birthed herself. So you could say that she's, like, running counter to Istaroth. You can say that Dottore is running counter to Asmodee for reasons it's going to take me 30 minutes to explain, so I'm not going to do that right now, but Asmodee. And then you've got the captain, who could be running counter to Renova, which means that Arlecchino would be running counter to Niberius. Right? I think looking at it from that perspective, it's kind of interesting. But I also think that, you know, like, losing some harbingers is kind of part of the Saritza and Piero's plan. Like, I think they accounted for this. And I don't think it's gonna hold. Like, I don't think many of the Harbinger deaths are permanent. Like, we're getting Cindrone back, and, like, she was just, like, you know, stabbed outright. So, I mean, it might not be the same Cindrone. It might be, like, a different model or something, but, you know. Point stands. Is it possible that the Heavenly Principles wakes up and takes the Shades' power back? I feel like he gave the Shades his own power before going into slumber. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of... That is something I'm going to be arguing in this Asmodee video. Like, for me, it makes sense if the Shades are receiving a split authority the same way the Moons received a split authority. Because, like, Nibelung basically split, or at least distributed, his authority in such a way so that the 3 Moon Sisters could share it. And I really think, you know, Phanes did the same thing, for the most part. And in the same way that, well, in Phanes' case, he actually, like, took that shared authority and then split it into 4 pieces. Whereas with the Moons, I'm talking with my hands and you can't see it. With the Moons, it was all, like, one authority, and they passed the entire authority over from sister to sister, right? But that's not quite how it works with, like, the Shades. So I do think it's one of those, like, 3 Moons have to combine to make a 4th authority. So 4 Shades have to combine to make a 5th authority. Or at least, like, maybe you need 4 different passcodes to unlock your admin privileges, kind of thing. Am I doing this on the wrong layer? I'm doing this on the wrong layer. Cool! That's fine. That's fine, I don't care. I'll split it out later. I'll split it out later. I split out later. I need a VTuber model, but it's only hands. That would be the funniest VTuber model commission. That'd be so funny. Can you imagine like going to like someone who makes those models professionally and you're just like, hey, can you make it, but it's like just hands? That'd be so funny. I hate doing detailed stuff. It's not my forte. I'm gonna actually like cut this way down. I'm gonna cut this. We're gonna cut her quite a bit. That's better. Not ideal. Ah. Yeah. It's fine. We're gonna take some artistic liberties. That's the beautiful thing about art. The unfortunate thing is I think all the hand trackers are for models and they either don't work or they're defunct now. Yeah, well, I don't know anything about being a VTuber. I just thought that would be funny. I wouldn't do it though. I know people really like the models, but I'm too old. I'm too old to understand what appeals to these youngins. Okay. I feel okay about that. I feel okay about that. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Cool, cool. You thought the lizard thing was funny until you saw the real Escher was sort of obsessed with them? Yeah. Well, that's kind of the fun part. But, like, for me, like, the lizard is just kind of dragon stuff. But that's also kind of the point. You know? That's also kind of the point. Because so far, Dottore has only seized things that belong to dragons, which I find quite interesting. In Wua, there are echoes of hands. Oh boy. The right one that call leftless and the left one you call rightless. Oh, that would throw me so hard, though. That would throw me. I don't like that. No. I hate it. Okay, that is actually genuinely funny, though. I don't know who thought that up, but good job. Yeah. If they bring Dottore back as a playable character, I hope they have a moment where he interacts with the Aranara. I think that would be cute and that would make me cry. That would be really interesting. Because, like, one of my friends, one of my lore friends, is like a really big Dottore fan. And so she's been like, you know, sharing all of her thoughts on his lore for like a really long time, and especially recently since we have the, you know, the Archon quest that just came out and whatnot. And one of the thoughts she shared was like, you know, I just realized that the Aranara experiments that were being conducted were probably being done by that like 8-year-old Dottore. Like he probably never, like that 8-year-old Dottore never got over his Aranara obsession, and he just kind of kept investigating them. And I was like, damn, that kind of hits a little different. Stop doing that. I think this hand might be a little funky. Yeah, it's a little funky. It's not twisted, that's the problem. I didn't twist that one. I guess that's not really a problem. I guess that's not really a problem. Because like I guess what I technically did was, I think I wanted it to go this way. But I could tilt it down the other way instead. That could be fun. Yeah. Are my references supposed to be on the same layer that I'm refining the sketch on? No, but I did it accidentally, so I'm just rolling with it. It's fine. I'll split them out in a bit. It'll be fine. They'd go this way. Well, okay, wait. I don't know that I want to do the hand in that direction, though. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Most of this is going to get hidden by Paimon anyway. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. We're gonna go that way. Well, yes, but we will go this way, I think. But it's gonna be funky looking. Hold on. I don't know that I like that direction better. No, I definitely don't. I don't like that direction better because now it doesn't look like she can sit on anything. Never mind. We'll keep the original. Adeline, thank you for the super. Hello, you seem well read and I finally have time to read more. Free from school. What do you recommend or what are your favorite books? Mine is Pride and Prejudice. Ooh, Pride and Prejudice is good. Listen, here's the thing. I don't think I've read like a fiction novel that wasn't for work in probably a decade. So anything I recommend you is going to be really old or like way way out there. I think what was the title? There was a... Oh no. The title has flown from my brain. No. No. Oh man. What the hell is his name? Hold on. I remember the author's name. I'm gonna look him up. No, not this guy. Not this guy. I'm gonna remember. Okay, I found him on Goodreads. I will find the thing. Maybe this isn't him. Oh no. Oh no. I will think of it. Oh, here it is. I found it. Never mind. I'm pretty sure it's this one. I hope it's this one. Hold on. Let me double check. Yes. Yes. Yeah, okay. I would recommend... I'm just gonna write it in chat. It is the... It's been over a decade since I've read this, so, like, that... and I'm terrible with names as it is. So it's a 6-book series by Mark Anthony. It's called The Last Rune. It's from 1999. That's how far back I had to go. But yeah, a lot of the stuff I read is, like, older. But I would also recommend, if you want to pick up something that's, like, really worth it, you should pick up anything by Le Guin. Like the Earthsea series. That one's also really, really good. And also a classic. You could never go wrong with Le Guin. That ain't old. I mean, listen, when I say old, I'm not talking about, like, classic books. I'm talking about, like, I read these books when they came out. You know, like, I read the original Harry Potter trilogy as it came out. As I got a year older, I got a new book kind of thing, you know? So, like, that's what I mean when I say it's older. Because, like, there are books that become classics and they're just kind of, like, they just live in the literary ether forever. And then there are the books that, like, have their cultural moment and then they're gone. And those ones I feel like are the ones that kind of age. You know what I mean? So when I say a book is old, that's what I mean. I actually got to, I read that series because I knew the author. When I met him, he was actually working as a graphic designer, of all things. So he wasn't even a full-time novelist, but he was still, he still found a way to publish a 6-book series. Then he went on to write a whole bunch of stuff. All right, I'll take that. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take it. Yeah, I knew the author. I was living in Colorado at the time, and actually my parents had hired him to do some graphic design work for their company. And when I say their company, I mean their 2-person instructional design firm. I'm not talking about, like, anything particularly fancy. They just wanted to have, like, company collateral for their personal contracting, so yeah. My side quests are insane. They're not that insane though. Like, when you get older, like, this is just, like, what happens. Oh, hold on. I have to put this back on its own layer. Because this will drive me crazy after this point. Like, it actually will drive me crazy. Okay. You can go here. Oh, good. I put it in the right spot. All right. Good. Now these are separated again. Goodness. Okay. Hold on. I need my construction lines sort of, but not that much. Okay. Now we gotta add some stuff. Do I remember the time before the internet? I do. I do actually predate the internet. That is a fun fact. I do actually predate the internet. I do remember a time before we had it. I remember that. It's good times. Okay, so literally, like, it's below her collarbone, but I think the way I have her set up, it's gonna have to be, like, on her collarbone. So we're gonna give her... No, they gotta go the other way. I think they have them going this way and this way. So it's gonna be that way. Yeah. Like that. Okay. And then she has a line on her throat. And then it comes up. And then it circles back. Okay. I can do that. Those don't touch, though. I guess I gotta make these smaller. It's fine. That probably works out better anyway. We'll go in here. Yeah, we'll increase the size. Like this. Yep. Cause they, okay, cause we're doing a knot, so like, knot comes down, and it circles back on itself, so that it can come back up here. Yeah, okay. And then this one, similar thing, because this has to go up and then around, and then it comes down. Yeah, okay, that's good enough. Good enough for me. What other thumbnail have I illustrated? I did the Simulanka one. I did a portrait of Alice. And I also did one for Nicole. Way before we'd ever seen Nicole. So, I don't think that video aged well at all. Not at all. There's very little in that video that ended up being even remotely relevant. I made the Simulanka Alice art? Yeah. Well, because we didn't have a picture of Alice at the time. And I'm like, I need a picture of Alice. What are we going to do? And so I took a guess at what Alice would look like based on Klee's witch skin. So I did that one. But I did, like, my avatar is, I did that. I did my banner. Like, if you see assets on anywhere on this account, they were done by me. Unless I state otherwise. It is actually funny because sometimes I do get people in the comments whenever I do these saying like, you need to credit the artist, and I'm like, okay, and then I put in the credits art by me. It's always fun. I don't need to credit the artist if the artist says I don't need to credit them, and if I am the artist and I say I don't need to credit them, then I don't need to credit myself. That's how that works. Okay, I don't know why people are really surprised by me being an artist. Have I not told you guys that, like, I, as a kid, always wanted to be an animator growing up, and then I went straight into comics out of high school? And I worked, like, my first job out of college was at a comic publishing company. And then I spent those years at that company making comics professionally for a while I was also working as a usability designer for them. And I was actually also putting the books together. I was supposed to be just a usability designer, but because we were a startup at the time, everyone kind of wore a lot of hats. So my other job was to take the comic pages from all the other artists and format them for print. So that was my other thing. So I've actually done a lot, but yeah. But I kind of realized after a while that I'm just not an illustrator by design. It's one of those things like I can do it, but I don't have that. I don't know how to put this. Like some people just kind of have an innate sensibility for things, and I don't really have it. And I always liked writing more than drawing, so I just kind of ended up falling off from the comic thing. And I'm gonna be working on turning some of those comic ideas into games instead. Eventually! Okay. Now we need to add her little curly Q. And I think what we're gonna do is just pretend the other curly Q doesn't exist. Because it's gonna be hidden anyway, so it'll go off like this. So this one should be like here-ish. Yeah. And then this would come down. This would come down. I'm going to pretend there's nothing there. And then we have the boob bands. Coming in the middle. Anyway, I was drawing for a long friggin' time, alright? I was drawing for a long friggin' time. You want to be a professional dungeon master? Everyone said that's not a thing, and now we have Matt Mercer. Oh, ain't that the truth? You know, it's funny. When I was in college, I went for new media, and the one thing that they told us was the job that you want doesn't exist yet, or the job that you're training for doesn't exist yet. And I thought they were just kind of being facetious, like maybe like, oh, the job title doesn't exist yet. But no, they literally meant like, oh, the job just does not exist yet. This is a really weird design element when you look at it. Why does she have these? They're like teeth on her boobs. They're so strange. I don't like them. Artistic liberty time. Artistic liberty time, because I don't like these, so we're actually gonna make them go the other way. Because if I do that, even if I add an extra one, it'll look a little more intentional, I guess? I don't know, man. This still looks weird. It's very strange. Don't erase her titty teeth. Yeah, alright. I just think they look so weird. Maybe I can just make them smaller. I think I'll just make them smaller. Yeah. We just make them smaller. That'll be fine. Because then I can do the same thing here. Well, they're kind of hidden on this side. That's fine. I won't miss them. I will not miss them. Okay. We also have like some gold detailing, but I think I might get lucky and all of them are hidden. So the only thing I'm really going to cry about is this. That's the only thing to cry about. And then her back scruff, obviously. Which I'm still not entirely sure how that's fastened. But I think we'll just pretend it comes off the back like it's mounted. Yeah. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. Do I think Asmodee is really a thrall of the Abyss sibling or someone else? Thrall is an interesting choice of words. I'm not sure I would pick that term here. I do think they're a thrall of the Abyss. Here's the thing. I've already written out my whole idea about why they have the new master and all that kind of stuff and whatnot. I have my... It's a whole long thing. So I'm not going to go into that. But what I will say, like, the reason why it makes sense for her new master to be the Abyss sibling is because, well, it only makes sense if Paimon is also a fragment of Asmodee in some way or has a meaningful connection to Asmodee, however you want to think about it. I'll make the argument that I want to make in my own video. But on the one hand, you've got the Traveler and Paimon. But on the other hand, you would have the Abyss sibling and Asmodee. And to me, twins are, well, twins. They're in a lot of ways reflections of each other, right? They're meant to have that really tight familial bond. They're meant to, like, be everything each other is and also isn't, right? And in a lot of ways, they're opposites. And Hoyo pushes the opposites thing by, you know, just making them opposite genders for starters. But then by putting them on opposite ends of the spectrum, giving them opposite ideals, right? So to me, looking at like the parallels, it's like, well, okay, it makes sense for one side to have Asmodee in that case. And for the Traveler to have Paimon in that case. Because they would represent opposite ideals of each other. Because if you think about it, Paimon's been asking us a lot lately whether or not we think she's useless. Right? And I think there's a distinct reason why that's happening right now. And I think it's because Hoyo really wants us to pay attention to the fact that, yeah, Paimon is useless, but she's useless by design. Like, that's part of who she is. Without that, like, she wouldn't really be Paimon. She wouldn't be our Paimon, especially. But she's also very caring, and she's a chatterbox, and she's friendly, and she loves everything. Whereas Asmodee is, like, bitter and melancholic and probably a little nihilistic. And she's very helpful. She's extremely powerful. And she's everything Paimon isn't, right? So, like, for me, like, the parallels and the opposing, like, the opposite, the mirror forces make a lot of sense to me narratively. So, that's why I don't think it's, like, a big problem if, I don't think it's a big problem if the Abyss Twin's new master is, or Asmodee's new master is the Abyss Twin. Ya knows? Ya knows. It just makes sense to me. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah. The Temple of Space also spelled out the lacking parts of Asmodee, her inability to empathize. Yeah. But I think that's, like, kind of the point, right? You feel like Paimon is also kind of the opposite of Dane? Yeah, but Dane kind of has, like, a... Dane's a little different. But I mean, like, you're not wrong, because, like, before Asmodee had a new master in the Abyss Twin, like, the one who would be traveling with the Abyss Twin was Dane. So, like, in that respect, yeah, absolutely. Paimon does, in that case, end up being the opposite of Dane quite a bit. Hold on. There. I remove that part of the image, I can get a better... I can get a better, you know. Whatcha? I play Star Rail 2. What are your... Sorry, hold on. Okay. What are my thoughts on the comparisons between Tevat having 8 dragons and Irminsul and the different versions of the Phantasm games going on throughout the universe? I think that the way that Plain Arcadia is set up, structurally, is like a microcosm of the actual universe in Star Rail. So, like, at the very base of Plain Arcadia is the Husk of Veracity, which is a Dusk Leviathan. Leviathans are sea creatures, right? And the imaginary tree, which is basically the cosmos in Star Rail, has its roots in the Sea of Quanta, which, in my opinion, should be where the Dusk Leviathans come from. I can't prove that, though. But, like, it makes sense to me if that ends up being the case. So then you look at the Panarch Elwood, which is Evanesia, right? Hair is hard. Hair is, like, one of the things I've always struggled with. Boobs and hair. Hands? Fine. Feet? Fine. Perspective? No problem. Hair? Fuck you. Honestly. So the Panarch Elwood has its roots in water as well. It's being used to seal the Husk of Veracity. So to me, you can look at the Panarch Elwood and think, oh, that's quite a bit like a metaphor for the imaginary tree cosmos, right? And then around the Panarch Elwood, you have the supplicant masks. You could look at those and go, hey, those are eons, right? Because the eons would be the ones that are closest to the tree. Same for the supplicants. You can look at the world sort of a dualistic thing. You have real space and path space in the same way you have Plain Arcadia and then the world on canvas. So, like, I think you've got a macrocosm, microcosm situation going on. And I think you can make an argument that the actual games are meant to keep the flow of time going. Life's a game, you know. This is a very important curl. It's a signature curl. It's a signature cowlick. The angle has to be correct. Oops. So I think that, I don't know that I really have, like, a connection to the dragons from Genshin with respect to that. But, you know. Thing is, I'm not actually going to have to do all of this, because I don't know if you can see, but the frame that I'm cutting is actually, like, right here. So we might not have to do much beyond this for right now. I just have to do her really, really fancy neck squiggle. Oh, I did it again! Dang it! Nah. Very annoying of me. Very annoying of me. Okay. Really annoying neck squiggle. So are Leviathans sealed in the Sea of Quanta? In my opinion, yes, but I can't prove that. So, like, don't take that as, like, me trying to prove some settled lore or something. I legitimately cannot prove that. There's no way. I don't know how I'm gonna do this knot. This is a crazy knot. Holy cow. And we're gonna have to do it in perspective too, because, like, why wouldn't we? Hold on. You know what? This is going on its own layer. Season 3 of Zenless is coming out very soon. Do you have any interest in playing or even covering it again, Sue, or are you completely given up on the game? I'm not going to play Zenless again. Here's the thing. I think that you should play games for fun. And if you're not having fun, you shouldn't play the game. That's my opinion. And the thing is, when they went to season 2, they had removed so many of the things that I really enjoyed about the game that, like, it just felt like it wasn't the same game. It was like a really weird sequel. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't feel like the game that I had started playing forever ago. So, like, for me, it's really hard to say that I could pick up Zenless again and genuinely have fun with it. Because, like, I just feel like a lot of the stuff I really enjoyed about it is just not a part of it anymore. They've sort of changed the ethos of the game too much. And, like, that's not a bad thing. It's just that at some point I have to recognize that I am not the target audience that they wanted to cultivate. I was, like, part of the, you know, core target audience that they initially were targeting. But they decided that, you know, they didn't want to cater to players like me. So I think, like, from that perspective, it's kind of hard to go back. I went and I watched a little bit of season 2. And I don't know, I'm just not, I'm not as, this is not how this knot looks. I'm just not enthralled, you know? So, no, I don't think I will. I think you should just consider me to not be covering Zenless at all anymore. I think that's a safe bet. Okay. This one actually comes up like this and then swirls down. And then this one comes up down like this. Oh my god. Who designed this? I'm not gonna... I can't make this exact. This is a bizarre knot. I think we'll have to be satisfied with some... artistic liberties again. For this to come down and up, though. Yeah, it's alright. We will blame the loss of detail on foreshortening. That's what I like to do. Oh, what I was trying to say about Zenless, though, because I know a lot of people are going to be like, well, what did they remove that, you know, you found a lot of fun in? And the unfortunate answer is TV mode. Like, there's a lot of that sort of retro, kind of old school arcade stuff that I feel like kind of got lost in favor of other things for season 2 and season 3. And alongside that, you know, like, I like the combat system in Zenless, but they keep changing it. And I don't like the combat system enough for it to carry the whole game for me. You know what I mean? Like, I can't just sit there and play the game just to smack ethereals around and then call it a day. There's not really another part of the game. And I don't like the fact that, I don't like the way that they handle hollows these days. Like, to me, I don't need another game like that. It's just like a bunch of very little things that kind of like bring the whole thing down for me personally. But again, like, that's not necessarily the wrong decision on the devs' behalfs or anything. It's just that, like, the people that will appeal to are people who are not me. That's all. So definitely consider me as not a ZZZ creator at this point. I consider ZZZ to have ended after 1.4, and then 1.5 is like a bonus chapter. That's kind of where I'm at. Oops. This who designed this? I want to have words with them. This isn't even accurate. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just gonna take what I can get here. There's actually like an X here in the middle. But yeah, that's that. How long have I been into drawing? My whole life. Excuse me. Okay, that's enough of her. Now the real challenge begins. If I have one weakness as an artist, it's drawing chibi, kind of squishy characters. You don't have regular human proportions. Did I look up the new Xenoblade game? Yeah, but Xenoblade has the same problem for me as ZZZ does. I'm not gonna play the Xenoblade game. I'm not interested in it at all. Not at all. It looks interesting. I'll grant you that. Things look cool, but I'm just not gonna like. It's just not my kind of game, and I don't want to. I don't want to play things that aren't fun for me. How am I going to do this? This is a good question. So we're either going to have like a bean, or we go the other way and have her go. But this pose of Paimon's looks really weird from the side when she's a bean. Well, that might actually be the best way to go, though. Never mind. I guess we'll do that. Something like that. Am I ever planning to start Neverness to Everness? No. Look, I'm capped on games. The amount of games I play right now that's all I got. That's all I can handle. I can't pick up another game. Not seriously. I mean, this could work, I guess, kind of. It wasn't really what I was going for, but it should be fine. I think. Maybe? Have I tried Reverse 99? I played very briefly, but it wasn't really a sort of game that I thought I was going to be able to play long term. Heard good things about it, though. Do I know anything about Fate? That's a very broad question. Like, Fate Grand Order? Fate Stay Night? Or, like, just like the whole Fate franchise? The 99 story is very nice. Yeah, that's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. I've heard good things about the story. However, it's also based on time travel! Y'all know how I feel about time travel. The whole gacha thing gets in the way of story and lore. Yeah, it kind of does. Have I tried out Persona? Oh yeah, no, I've played every SMT game I can get, which is all of them. I have played all of them, including, well, okay, I say all of them. I haven't played a lot of the Persona spin-offs, but I have played all of the mainline SMT games. So I've played Devil Summoner, Devil Survivor, Persona, Digital... just straight up Shin Megami Tensei 1 through 5. I've played Personas 1, both 2s, 3, and FES, 4, and 5, and I've played P5X. SMT is kind of like my jam. Now you're just asking me about different games to play. That's not what this stream is for. You second R99. If I ever want to try it, but not make videos about it. The thing is, I don't have any more time. Like, I'm capped out, man. I'm like legit capped out, and I think if I'm gonna pick up any games to play that are like just for fun at this point, I'm gonna pick up regular games, man. I'm not picking up any more gacha games to play in my spare time. You know, like I want to play regular games sometimes. I think that those are important. So I'm capped out. I mean, there's games that I'll try. Like, I'll try new gachas and stuff like that. But, like, to play them long term? To, like, properly pick them up? No, that's not happening. That's not happening. I'm capped. I'm capped. I'm capped out. Yeah, this will work. That's fine. Okay, I actually saw like a real lore question up here. So I'm gonna do that instead of answering all these questions about different... Oh, Levi, what are you doing down there? Buddy, that's not a good place to be. You know that. Why did you lay down there? What do you think we'll be doing post Nezhnaya? We'll finally get more dragon, Nibelung lore, and more playable dragons? I think we're going to Genshin 2. That's what I think. I think we're going to Genshin 2. And I think Genshin 2 is going to be in space. The thing is they've been sort of like hinting at... I don't want to say like a direct Star Rail connection, but a Star Rail-esque existence. You know? Like, when we talk about these different alien races from different empires and, you know, like across different galaxies and how the dragons were into space travel and, you know, now we're going to the moons, the travelers on a spaceship, voyagers from like an ancient race of people who are trying to document the decline of the universe. You know, like we're really painting a picture of, you know, space. So I think when we're done with that, we might learn more about dragons, sure, but we're leaving to that. We're going somewhere else. I think post Nezhnaya, if they don't go straight to some sort of space thing, I think they will just take us to Conria. You know, I think they'll take us to Conria. I think we'll get some, you know, resolution there on a lot of things. And then I think we're going to space. That's what I think. You hope it's not going to end up like HI3 Part 2 with everyone being a new cast. I don't think it will. I actually, my hot take is that I think we may follow the Traveler on an evolution, but we might also have like a whole new Traveler, but we'll also have a whole new Paimon, because I think Paimon will stay into that. I don't think Paimon will go anywhere. I think this is going to be Paimon's basically forever home, you know? That's what I think. Can't see your boots. Alright, that's not bad. That's too much hair. Opinions on the lack of consequences after Irminsul burnt down. It really weirded me out how no one was affected in the end in comparison to the Forbidden Knowledge situation from before. So... I think the ley lines are more important than Irminsul. That's my take. I think the roots of the tree matter more than the actual tree. So, when the tree burns down, it's not so much that there are no consequences, it's just that we haven't seen the consequences yet. Right? And I think, like, for me, the weird thing was the fact that, like, Fanes didn't wake up. Like, for me, that's, like, the weirdest thing. That Fanes didn't wake up. Because, like, that is the fate system, right? Like, that's the fate enforcement system. It's super weird that that can just burn down and they don't wake up. It's super weird that, you know, like, Nahida can threaten Dottore with, you know, trying to wake Phanes or the Heavenly Principles just by destroying a Gnosis, and yet she kind of technically did destroy a Gnosis and also an entire tree, and she's still fine? I think, to me, that's, like, the weird thing. To me, that's weird. Because if that didn't wake Phanes up, what will? Can anything wake them up? Are they even alive at this point? I also think that some of the consequences will be felt later. I have a feeling, and this isn't just my bias talking, but, like, I have a feeling that Dottore knew and kind of planned for the Aru thing. I think, like, that was part of the calculations. I think he is a villain by necessity who happened to give humanity probably its greatest gift, which is a very complicated place for a villain to be. I feel like this should be a higher resolution. I'll probably increase the resolution on the lines. But I also think that, separate from Dottore, I think Deshret also had that same sense. Because I don't want to revive a really old theory, but I have a really old theory that I think got revived this patch. I just have to, like, sit down and try to prove it. The fact that he would make a system that is, like, basically a replacement for Irminsul tells me that he knew way more than we thought he did. For starters. And I think he had always wanted for humanity to break its chains, its shackles of fate and whatnot. And so even though Aru was originally designed to be a sort of paradise for the afterlife, it was also his way of escaping the fate system of the Heavenly Principles by creating something that was identical in function to Irminsul. He was able to create basically, like, the original shape of Irminsul. You know what I mean? Because, like, excuse me, Irminsul wasn't always a fate device. It wasn't always like this tree that was supposed to bind people to it. Souls weren't originally supposed to go to Irminsul either. They were supposed to go to the moon. They only started going to Irminsul after the moons perished, you know? Like, so, like, all those things were modifications. So to me, it seemed like Deshret was like, here's an alternative, and he never got past his prototype stage before he died. But it is interesting because, like, the only reason why you would really need a whole new system instead of trying to find a way to be like Dottore and jailbreak the one that you have is if, like, there's either something wrong with the system or the person who put it in place is gone. And there will be no repercussions if you do. The thing about Deshi is, like, he was always, like, his whole thing is, like, a lot of hive mind stuff, too. When we look at things in relation to him, we're looking at things in terms of, like, hive mind stuff, where he's, like, the overmind. And I've always likened him to be an Otto-ish kind of archetype. And Otto was an overseer. And Deshret created, you know, an overseer network, essentially. And if you think about it, that's kind of what an Irminsul could be. Like, I think originally it was supposed to just be a repository of data, a repository of information. And then it was kind of retrofitted to be able to do all these other functions. And, like, you kind of have to modify a system to make it work against its original, How do I explain where my brain is going? Because, like, the pieces are attached in my brain, but then when I look at them to turn them into words, it just, like, it's Greek. How do I elaborate on this? I feel like Deshret intentionally built a backup system. How's that? I feel like he intentionally built a backup system because whoever was in control of Irminsul isn't Nahida or Rukkhadevata. And he knew that either because of Nabu Malikata or for some other reason. And he built a backup system because humanity should be preserved and have the opportunity to live without shackles. That's the sense I get. And if that's the case, then, like, this was always supposed to happen. And if you consider Simulanka to sort of, like, be foreshadowing for the rest of the plot of the game, then you can kind of see that. Because in Constellation Metropole, humans were faced with this dilemma where they could either live bound to the fate by the goddess of fate, or they could throw off their shackles and walk freely unbound into a future with no fate. And they fought against it for a long time because they were scared of what that future looked like. And in the end, they ended up throwing off their shackles and walking ahead. But I think, like, when it comes to Dottore and the tree and stuff like that, I think that's kind of also part of it. You know, like, I think if humanity won't willingly cast off its shackles, then someone will have to do it for them. And I think that was kind of, like, also something that he did. I don't know, there's stuff about his death that just doesn't make any sense to me unless he knew he wasn't gonna win. I don't know how to articulate it yet. It just makes sense in my brain. You think Deshret just wanted to skip reincarnation and let people live in their own paradise? I think it's actually more about preservation, honestly. Like, yeah, you can give people an eternal paradise, but, like, the point is, like, people don't need an eternal paradise if the alternative is better. You know? That's how I see it. Okay, I think... Oh. Apparently I'm very... excuse me, behind on supers. I haven't been looking at them because I've been looking at the pen. I'm sorry. Oh, Verdian Fox, thank you for your super and your patience. I'm sorry for neglecting you. It wasn't intentional, I promise. I'm still mad that the doctor... Oh, sorry. I'm still mad that they made Dotori's constellation the Doctor Smash. I wish it was the heresy symbol like you supposed in your own video. Yeah, I kind of feel like that was a missed opportunity. I'm like... I'm so torn about it because, like, I don't want to sit there and be like, oh, it should have been what I said it was. But, like, I have a really hard time reconciling the Plague Doctor's mask. Because, like, even though Dotori is, like, a crow, like, symbolically, like, they love to give him crow symbolism, and I get that the Plague Doctor's mask is a lot about that. Like, I still don't quite understand the thought process there. Like, that, it still confuses me a bit. Just because they keep calling him a heretic and all that kind of stuff. And, like, I mean, are they gonna make Pants more of a heretic? I don't know. I'm very confused by that. Because that should be his, that is, well, it's not should be, it is his symbol. But in the end, it's okay. I think they're just gonna go with Pants wanting power and have it be a Globus Cruciger instead. So it's fine. What was more surprising, the pronunciation of Eru's shoot being shoot or Eric being Eric? Neither, because that's always how I've pronounced them. I'm not usually that great at pronunciation, but I do look them up and I do try to be consistent with what I hear. I've always thought it was shoot, though, because Aru's shut doesn't make any sense. Based on, like, what I know of Egyptian. Yeah. Verdian Thox, thanks again for your super. What are your thoughts on Dotori compared to the other Harbingers we've encountered? Personally, I really enjoyed him. I like him as a villain conceptually. I think they've made some very strange narrative choices with him. And I'm not talking about, like, the way that, or, like, his plans or anything. I'm talking about, like, how do I put this? How do I put this? I feel like Dotori is a victim of Hoyo's shift in storytelling methods, if that makes sense. Like, I really don't know how to put this. I feel like they tried to tell so much of his story, like, in little bits and pieces throughout the game, and I thought that was really effective, but at the same time, like, I understand that they had to start putting his lore more front and center, but I feel like by the time they got to, he felt like such an absent villain. Because of the way they had to put him front and center, it felt very abrupt. And so I feel like the severity and stuff of his whole arc kind of fell short, not because of the actual narrative beats, but because of how rushed they were. Does that make sense? Like, Lygus... I choked on my water. In Star Rail, we have the villain of Laius, right? And he and Dottore are very, very similar. Not just in the role they play, but also just so many things. And it is very amazing to me how different they both come off. Even though effectively, they do exactly the same thing. Like, if you were to write down what they do on a bulleted list and, like, compare them, they're identical. Almost. But then when you look at the execution of it, Laius is just so much more of a fleshed out villain. Like, he feels so much more complete as a character. I just feel like Dottore was a victim of the new narrative structure. Like, I don't know how else to say it. So, like, I guess that's kind of my take on him right now. Like, I like him conceptually. I guess I'm just kind of sad the way that Hoyo kind of went about presenting his story. Because I feel like it didn't land the way it was supposed to. You also think that this lizard, which everyone assumed is Dottore, is not Dottore and actually maybe Deshret. If I remember correctly, the three pillars were able to leave Aru by using animals, so maybe Deshret could too. Maybe. Deshret's location is a bit of a question mark. Because, like, he split his mind and body, and then his body was eaten by a pep. We know that. But then his mind was sealed away by Rukkhadevata. So we don't know where his mind went. It's very possible he could be possessing lizards. But I don't know. I don't know what I believe with regards to that, to be honest. I'm not even sure really what to make about the lizard Dottore thing. I mean, it's cool. It's certainly a really bizarre coincidence, if it's a coincidence. I don't think it's a coincidence. But I'm also, like, not quite sure the extent to which I should be putting any expectations on it. I don't know. I don't know. There's just a lot of question marks. There's so many question marks, man. That's better. In one of the recently Littlin game banters, it was revealed that Chi-Chi is like Zebai. Who do you think Chi-Chi was? I don't understand the question. Chi-Chi's a zombie in that she had another identity before she was Chi-Chi. But, I mean, she didn't split herself like Zebai. How was Mavuika able to talk to us via Irminsul in the cutscene after the Gnosis was already used? Natlan wasn't connected to Irminsul. What if the fate consequences of Natlan's Night Kingdom changed? I mean, I think as soon as Irminsul started to burn, the barrier kind of goes away, doesn't it? And the thing is like the Night Kingdom is connected to the ley lines, but it is a different system. I like to think of it as like if you had two different irrigation canals. You've got the ley line canal and then you've got the Night Kingdom canal, and then there's like a little pipe that connects them with like a sluice gate. I think like the Night Kingdom can be cut off from the rest of the ley line network. But I think like once the barrier goes down, you can open up that sluice gate again and then like contact. I think that's fine. I feel like they missed putting why he does what he does in his background, and that was missing, and that made him think the way he does, and they just chucked it into his ego. But what happened to him for him to hate them? I didn't understand any of that. I'm sorry. You think the lizard transfer is possible? To him, it's about the experiments, and he was experimenting with the soul transfer into animals and not cry. Yeah. It's just a matter of how important are the lizards. I think that's like where I get stuck. Cyrus Gold, thank you for the super. You think Dottore got dragged down into the abyss. So you think that his segments weren't actually his segments, but like manifestations of his insecurities mimicked by the abyss? Because that would be interesting. That's a take I haven't heard yet. I could see that happening to some degree. I keep getting distracted and I'm not drawing Paimon's stuff. Okay. So she's got this. Paimon's design is weirdly like complicated, but also not. It's very strange. I think it's so interesting how Hoyo can make these designs that look really simple until you try to like work with them, and then you're like, what? How are there this many things that I can't figure out how they work? That's a certain kind of talent. I also didn't realize she's got these. Interesting. Reason you don't do Gacha Game fan arts. Yeah, I know. Oh, goodness. That's why I don't do them that often, too. Okay. Icarus, thank you for the super chat. Goodness gracious. Would the Night Kingdom have similar functions to Aru or Irminsul, or is it less effective somehow? I know both that one angel, I can't spell her name, Yahaltakuten, and Capitano both worked on it, so maybe there we're modifying it to be similar. The Night Kingdom is made with the shattered remains of... Okay, think of it this way. If the ley lines are like pipes, right? When Natlan's ley lines broke, they basically shattered. So you got a bunch of shattered pipes. You got all these shattered pipe fragments. And Yahaltakuten and Capitano effectively took all those fragments, and then they used themselves as the glue that holds all those fragments together to form like a different kind of separate network, if you will. So like, yeah, they are supposed to function just like Irminsul. Or sorry, just like the ley lines, but like they're just not supposed to be the ley lines or Irminsul, but they are supposed to function similarly to it, because like it's supposed to be that the ley lines aren't supposed to be a repository. They're just supposed to be like a method of they're just supposed to be a method of movement moving things around. Whereas Irminsul's actually meant to be a repository, like straight up. So the Night Kingdom kind of has to is kind of like if you took the ley lines and then added like a storage tank into them. So that like it has some temporary storage capacity, but it's not meant to be permanent. Because it still needs to connect to Irminsul, or else they're not subject to the same fate system. You know? Oh, God. I don't know why I'm having problems. How annoying. What else is annoying is Paimon's shoes. Girl, who designed these? God. Seriously, who designed these? Okay. I don't understand. How do these work? Yeah, okay. Okay. Terrible. Terrible. Terrible boots. Girl! Why are you like this? Alright, let's try these ones instead. Let's try this one first. See if I can get this one going first. Okay. They come down here, and they're like bulbous at the top. Okay, that much I got. Never mind. Not that bulbous. Not that bulbous. More like a fabric. Okay. And then we're just gonna pretend it's petals, I guess. Yeah, okay, that'll do. That'll do, I can work with that. That'll do. I guess. I guess. Oh, shoot. That's not where the big petal is. The big petal is in the most annoying place because, of course, the big petal's in the most annoying place. It means her big petal's gonna be out here, and then here, and yeah. Okay. Ah! Paimon, when I catch who designed you. Alright. That's good enough. That's good enough. you've got a little triquetra here. But actually, we're not going to be able to see that, so I don't care about drawing it. You do have designs here, though. And also, a double scarf. Yeah, okay. That should be good. I don't really remember how the shape of her cloak goes, but it has 3 portions, and if I make it flowy enough, you'll never know if I got it right. And that is how the artists do. Maybe that's not a good... Never mind, that's not a good way to do it. Never mind. Somewhere in between there, please. Okay. We'll try that again. Is there a reason for Paimon to be hand-sized? She's little. Asmodee is big. I'm gonna exaggerate her cloak size a little bit, I think. I know this isn't quite right, but that's okay. I will find... This kind of makes her look a lot like a fairy, actually. Hold on. Let's see. What do I have for... shot. Oh, there we go. There's a figurine. Okay. There's a figurine. And the holes for this are like this. Good enough. I'll take it. I'll take it. Now we need the thing to be here. This little bit. And then we can finally move on to the next stage. Oh, I feel like I should have done most of this before I opened stream. It's alright. Yeah, okay. Uh-huh. There we go. Okay. I think we're doing pretty good. I just need to remember that Asmodee has... We're gonna have to add some glitchies. Yeah. Is there a meaningful difference between a witch and a mage, or is it just vibes? I think, like, it's just a label. I think that, like, when it comes to whether or not you want to be a witch, you can be a witch. And if you want to be, you know, anything else, you can. I think, like, witch tends to have, like, some negative connotations to it. To be a storybook witch is almost to be, like, to be a villain. Whereas to be a mage is just to be, like, someone who practices magic. So I think, like, from that perspective, you know. Oh, that does work. Cool. Okay. That's enough of that. I almost got into religions when I said witch. I did. Well, I didn't intend to. Okay. I don't need this. This can go away now. Alright. Alright, now, here's the thing. I need to... I'm not gonna do the entire thing because I want to draw a square. There you go. Basically, we're just gonna do this. Oops. Oops. I want you to fill. Thank you. Yeah. So the thumbnail will end up looking like this. So I don't need to do all of this stuff. Might even be a little bit more zoomed in. We'll see. But now... I can put that there. Okay. I can get rid of this, I think. Actually, before I do that. Because I do want that. Okay. Yeah. Gonna keep that. Alright, I can get rid of this now. Oh, that's what that sound is. Finny's being cute. That's what that sound is. Okay, cool. Oh, that's the sketch. I'll put her down here. Okie dokie. I could do a vector layer. I kind of don't want to. I'm thinking though, do I want to make this high? What is the resolution of this anyway? I actually don't even know. What did I put this on? I'm gonna do... Yeah, it's fine. Yep, that's okay. You know what I haven't done yet? Also, is this square like not actually... This square is not square, is it? Is my... No? Okay. That's funny. Hold on. Why is my square not... Where's my thing? Here's my thing. Why is my square not square? Why was it not square before? That's so weird. Am I tripping though? Is it like actually square? Okay. No. I think it was just an optical illusion. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh yeah, she's slurping. She's thirsty. She's a thirsty girl. Finny gotta get that water. Okay, this can go away. We're left with this. Much cleaner. Much better. Any thoughts on the new artifacts lore? Like, specifically? Not really? I don't even remember what was in the... Oh, okay, hold on. The new artifact, the Superconduct set was the Snezhnaya lore about the new, what's-her-face? The researcher that was like a baby who was preserved from Hyperborea. Right? That was in the Superconduct set. What was in the other one? Okay, hold on. I don't remember what's in the other one. Hold on. The Celestial Gift one. What was this one? Oh, this is the additional Voyager clarification stuff. Yeah. I don't know that I have any new thoughts about this. It's basically just fleshing out kind of what we already knew. The only thing I think that's really changed was where is it? There's this section in here about... Where the hell is it? Koitar tells Voyager to leave before the battle starts. Is that not in this one? Maybe it's in Nicole's weapon. Yeah. Yeah. I actually think, like, more than the artifact sets, although I will say that the lore in the Superconduct set, that one is interesting to me in a lot of ways. Just because, like, the way that they're setting up Snezhnaya and how they think that's going to turn out. But I think more than the Celestial Gift set, I think Nicole's character stories are a lot more interesting. And not because I think Nicole is more interesting than Voyager or anything. It's not that. It's more that, like, artifacts they have their lore told in a very specific, like, distant way. Whereas Nicole's character stories is, like, her lived experience as an angel that was running one of the civilizations. So I thought that was interesting. That felt kind of different. All right. Any predictions for Snezhnaya? You know, I'm very confused about what we're gonna see with Snezhnaya. Not gonna lie. Like, I'm really not sure what to expect. Cause, like, I would have assumed that based on, like, the based on the cryo gemstone and stuff, like just based on what we knew about the Saritsa ahead of time, I feel like the burning of Irminsul would have made a bit more sense there, because basically it feels like she's trying to burn away this fate system and stuff like that. Like she's trying to wage war against the heavenly principles, and it feels like it would have made more sense there. But now that the tree is gone and the fate system is also presumably gone, I honestly don't know what to do with that. You know? Like I legitimately, I what do you do with that? Hold on. Yeah. So I don't really know what we're looking to do in Snezh now. It feels like what we were supposed to do, or like what I expected to do, is just not what we're gonna do. Yeah. If I had to guess, I don't even know that I can guess, honestly. Like, is she gonna try to carry on in her father's footsteps and try to do something with the Abyss? Is she gonna try and attack the Heavenly Principles directly and just do, like, a hostile takeover regardless of whether or not the tree's there? Was the destruction of the tree something she always anticipated the Doctor would do? Like, it's actually something he was supposed to do? And that's why, like, she's not fussed about him going off and doing stuff? Like, maybe the tree has to burn in order for her plans to take place? I don't know. We've just, like, been under this assumption that fate was this big, inescapable thing for so long that it's really difficult to look at the game with fate not in it and not being a factor anymore. It feels very strange. Here we go. I don't know that Irminsul is the only thing holding up the fate system, but, like, Irminsul is, like, the core of it. Like, Irminsul was supposed to be the enforcer of fate, because, like, it was supposed to take all of the information that it had, and it functioned like a predictive model, right? And as a predictive model, it would basically foretell destiny. And because it had the ability to, like, manipulate people's memories and stuff, it also would have had the ability to sort of manipulate the variables that would, you know, lead to different outcomes, right? Because you change someone's memory, you change their actions. Those might be too high. I think they're too high. Yeah. Nope. I forgot how hard inking on a tablet is. Aww. Sorry, I was thinking and then I got distracted by this glorious jawline. They have to even out the imperfections in now. There we go. Okay. There are still the lesser trees in the domains. I mean, the ley lines are there. And, like, technically speaking, the ley lines are what reflect the constellations and not necessarily Irminsul, but Irminsul is almost like I guess you could think of it like a point of communication between the two. So if the ley lines reflect the stars and the stars are like enforcing fate, like, I'm sure that there's still some level of fate involved as long as the ley lines exist, but the ley lines are also necessary for existence in Teyvat as far as we know. So I feel like even though you can get rid of the tree, you can't necessarily get rid of the root system. And I kind of feel like Teyvat might need a tree. It might just be able to survive a while without it. Like, the tree does serve a function, you know. So I feel like there's stuff there. But I don't think, like, Aru can enforce fate the way Irminsul could. And that's why at the end of the quest, Nahida was like, the future now contains far more possibilities. It's because it's no longer locked onto that single track. Sorry. Thoughts on the 10th Harbinger? None. I have no thoughts on the 10th Harbinger. I think the Harbinger situation currently is confusing as heck. And I don't know what to make of any of it. I do think, though, it's very interesting that they are going out of their way to confirm things from the manga right now. So, like, confirming the story about Eric and Dottore and Ursa and all that kind of stuff. And also mentioning Crepus. My original guess for the 10th Harbinger was Crepus, but a lot of the logic I used doesn't hold up anymore now that we have more information. So I don't know. I still think it's possible he could have been Brigella, but it doesn't, like, based on, like, everything that's happened since the manga, I don't know how much sense that makes anymore, you know? I think it's possible that the reason why they don't show us the 10th is either because there is no 10th, or because the Tsaritsa herself is the 10th, or because Piero is the 10th, or because they just wanted a MacGuffin. So by the time they got to Shinozhnaya, they would just have a free slot that could be filled by a character of their choice that would suit their narrative needs. Unfortunately, I think that's a distinct possibility. But, like, on the Fatui Harbinger wheel, there is no constellation for the 10th, unless you want to call, like, the Clown's Mask the 10th constellation. But, like, that's Piero's mask. I'm pretty sure, like, that's what was on his merchandise. So... Dunno. 11 Harbingers, but there are actually 10. I don't know if you watch Steven Universe, but I wonder if things like Sapphire and Garnet's future vision, Irminsul was like one strict path in Sapphire's future vision, but a new system is more Garnet. It's possible. Like, it's possible that, like, fate is still a thing, but there's just, like, nothing locking you to just a singular fate. Maybe you do have, like, some semblance of free will. Hard to say. Hard to say. Do I think the ley lines are Dragon King's blood vessels? I mean, they are called dragon veins in Chinese, so it's like, it's not like it's impossible. I think more so than them actually being like the literal blood vessels of Nibelung. I think this is just his planet, and like the planet is in effect a part of him. So like even if he has a separate avatar, I do think like the planet does also serve as like a vessel for his body in a lot of ways. To me, it's almost like the relationship between Columbina and the moon. Obviously, the moon is not literally her body, but it's still technically a part of her. I think of it a bit like that. I think it's a little like that. Maybe, probably, who knows? I hate drawing hair. Hair might be loathed. Blech. The correct lines are not there. The correct lines will not appear. Ugh. Yeah, okay. How long do I think Pantaloon will last? I don't know. He's a bit of a weird character to me. Like, in my opinion, he has, like, too much in common with Baiju. Like, not just design-wise, but, like, voice actor, and a lot of his relationship with Dottore is kind of reflected in it. And I just kind of, like... I don't know. He's also, like, one of the Harbingers who doesn't have a vision. And I'm kind of sitting here like, well, if he doesn't have a vision and he's, like, very mortal, then he's got no way to be playable, kind of? Because, like, all of the playable characters without a vision are, like, gods or have, like, some other form of power, you know? And he doesn't have that. So that means he either is going to get his hands on a delusion or a stellar linchpin. And my guess is a stellar linchpin. Because if he becomes playable. Because, like, there's no way they're not going to tie a new mechanic to it the way they did with the moon wheels, you know? There's no way they're not going to do that. And if they're going to put a Harbinger in Snezhnaya in a region where they're going to have, like, a whole new mechanic of sorts, there's no way they're not going to give it to him. So, like, either he undergoes some kind of crazy, I don't know how to put this, journey of self-discovery wanderer style, where he can get a stellar linchpin. I don't know how he's playable. So how long will he last? I genuinely do not know. You know what? We cheat. We cheat. I'll just hide it. There we go. I don't need to put that over her face. It can go behind. Yeah. The way we also just randomly name-dropped Kleiner makes me think we'll see him real soon in the story. I mean, there is a distinct possibility he's the one who wrote Vera's Melancholy, and if he is, then I don't think we're going to see him for a hot minute. Because I think he's going to be part of Genshin Part 2, and they're literally setting up for that, like, right now. You know? Like, I think that's a genuine possibility. Because, like, what better way to introduce us to the greater outer world and cosmos than to use a character like Kleiner, who's a seeker, to introduce us to it, you know? Like, that seems like ripe fruit. The thing that I find difficult about putting Kleiner in before Part 2 is that, like, if he does end up being the author of Vera's Melancholy, like, he got ejected. But also, like, if he's not the author of Air's Melancholy, like, I don't know if you guys have read much about, like, Nicole's weapon and stuff, but she and Alice go to the borders, and apparently it's like a bustling place and you need a passport and everything else, and you have to like fill out paperwork and stuff, which confuses the crap out of me. And like Kleiner is just there with bags of souvenirs being like, hi, and he's just like this happy-go-lucky. I mean, I guess he kind of has to be for him to be Alice's, or at least Klee's father. I guess we haven't really gotten confirmed on whether or not he's married to Alice. I mean, like, I'm assuming he is. I don't know. Kleiner feels weird to me. He feels like part of something that we're not ready for yet. Then again, I also don't necessarily think we're ready for Alice. We have her, so take that with a grain of salt, I guess. There's a possibility Cleo was a mistake. There's always a possibility. Always. But, like, there's also a possibility that, like, Alice never gave birth to Cleo. You know, like, she could be an alchemy baby for all we know. And Kleiner's just co-raising. Who knows? I think it makes most sense if she's, like, straight up Alice's regular daughter and Kleiner is her husband, but like that still hasn't been confirmed yet. Like they still don't refer to him in that way anywhere. So we'll wait and see. We'll see what happens. Ugh. No. What happened to my color? Yeah. Good enough. Good enough. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. We're getting there. If Dotori couldn't sense Malwika because the Night Kingdom, how did he use Shweekwaddle's powers? Because he can access the repository of information inside of Irminsul, right? Like, he doesn't necessarily need to go all the way to the Night Kingdom. The Night Kingdom is connected to the ley lines. So even though they're, like, not technically a part of Irminsul, I don't think it matters. I might do this as like a separate thing. Yeah. Not a lore question, but are we drawing for the thumbnails? Yes, we are. We are drawing for the next video's thumbnails. It is indeed what I'm doing. Yup. Mm-hmm. Good enough. Tablets, why? Why are you like this? Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'll take that. I'll take that. Yeah. You hope since the moon has an impact on fate, Columbine will be the one to explain the consequences of Irminsul burning. I don't know that the moon does have consequences on fate. Like, we don't actually know that it does. I mean, like, originally they were... The moons were, like, the keeper of souls. Oh. Have I not actually saved this yet? That could be a problem. Okay. I should probably do that. Imagine I got almost to the end of this and I didn't save and I lost the whole thing. Could be fun. There we go. I always thought the second Descender was Voyager, but I was scrolling through the wiki earlier and it said it was Nibelung. When did this get confirmed? Okay, this is contested. And I don't know if I agree with the wiki on this. Because... How do I, where do I even start? Like, even the wiki, like, what it's citing is kind of, like, vague, in my opinion. Like, it's pretty vague. So it is still an assumption, but, like, it's possible the second Descender is Nibelung. Because oftentimes, well, not oftentimes, but like in Before Sun and Moon, for example, it says like the second throne of heaven arrived, and that was like at the start of the War of Funerary Flame. So like they're making the assumption in Before Sun and Moon that the second who came is also the second descender, because they would have well, they're the second. Goodness. But like the second throne of heaven doesn't really confirm anything other than this was what they were called, the unified civilizations were calling Nibelung when he returned. It doesn't necessarily mean that he is the second descender. I find it confusing because, like, we also know that, like, the Gnosis were created by the Heavenly Principles after the War of Funerary Flame, along with the help of the one who came after, which I feel like forever we've all also been assuming was, like, the second descender, because the one who comes after the first must be the second. But if that's Nibelung, that's weird, right? So, like, either the second descender isn't Nibelung, or either the second descender isn't Nibelung, or Nibelung and Phanes made the Gnosis together, which I find difficult to reconcile in my brain. Or the one who came after isn't the second, but the third. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it gets complicated. It gets complicated. I don't know that I agree with the wiki on this interpretation. It's possible. I'm just not convinced, I guess. Even though I've made actually a whole video arguing for it before, like it's like it's kind of a long shot. No, wait, I made a video arguing he was a third descender because then the third descender pieces were made from Nibelung, but then that turned out to not be accurate. I don't friggin' remember what that video was about anymore. I just remember Indra's Net. I only wanted to talk about Indra's Net. Like, the whole reason I made that was just to talk about Indra's Net, which is still a viable theory, just not the descender part. I gotta rationalize the things I want to talk about. Nibelung, okay, Nibelung is the original poster, Phanes is the comment that says first. Honestly, though, I think it does make more sense to me if Nibelung is Descender 0. Because Hoyo loves to do, it's 3 but actually 4, it's 4 but actually 5. So why wouldn't you have 4 Descenders, but there were actually 5 because Nibelung counts in hindsight as the 5th, but the 0th. Is Durin a Descender? No. Who would be a candidate for the second Descender? Either we haven't met the second Descender yet, or it's Voyager, or it's Nibelung. Like, it kind of baffles my mind that Voyager isn't the second. Or that, you know, like, it's weird to me that Voyager isn't considered a Descender. It's just weird to me. I don't know how to reconcile that. Like, I need something. I need something, and Hoyo's not giving me anything. They give us plenty of lore these days, but not on the things I want answers to. Because why would they do that? That's too convenient. Hold on. What if the names Venti mentioned in the manga, Ymir, Purusha, and Pangu, are either elemental sovereigns or primordial dragons from other worlds? Electrical? While they refashioned Teyvat? I don't know. I don't know, honestly. Like, I think they could be elemental dragons from other worlds. I think it's possible. Okay, I also have a really hard time reconciling, like, the fact that there is apparently a bustling and living, or at least semi-thriving ecosystem of civilization in Teyvat's galaxy. Because, like, this hurts my brain to think about, because I'm so confused. Like, Voyager's story is all about the fact that the universe is a desolate place, and it's dying, and, like, there's no life anywhere, and it's being eaten by the, so the darkness. And it was her race's job to sort of chronicle these dying civilizations and whatnot. And yet, like, there's just one civilization that catches her attention. And it's Teyvat, like, the one light left in the universe, so to speak. But, like, then we have Skirk's whole planet. And now we have Kleiner, and he's just a seeker. But having a job title means that there's a place that will give you a job. So there must be at least several, like, planets out there somewhere. Because, like, a merchant ship is what destroyed Skirk's planet. But, like, if there were merchants, there must be places to, like, do business. I'm just, like, I have a hard time with that. Like, I have a hard time reconciling that part, too. Did I see about the fake sun? Did I see what about the fake sun? You gotta be more specific than that. You think Teyvat is under quarantine? I mean, it's possible, but, like, it still doesn't make, like, a lot of sense. Like, there's stuff here that feels like we are missing some very, very, very critical piece of information about the outside world. And until we get that, I don't know how to reconcile a lot of the stuff that, like, about Voyager and Kleiner and, like, it's which is it, Oyo? Why are humans being thrown into Teyvat as, like, a method of preservation or paradise or whatever the heck the first Descender wanted to do? If the rest of the universe is fine. Why colonize a thriving planet? It's very strange. Yeah. I gotta give her a manicure, hold on. Gotta get those nails looking sharp. All right. I think her thumb is too far now. Oh, no, it's okay. Well, it's a little far. That's okay. I ain't gonna fuss about it. Okay. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Eventually. Here. Thoughts on Paimon being an angel-like creature? I mean, what do you? She gets called a Seelie. I mean, I don't know what you want from me. I mean, she's called a fairy. She's called a Seelie. She's called a little white floaty. She looks like a Seelie. She looks like a little angel. She's a guiding fairy companion. She's a guide. I mean, what? The thing is if you want to argue that Paimon is an angelic being, which you can, I mean, like, they've basically been pushing that. It's been a theory since, like, oh my god, Sumeru. It's been around a long time. Like, you also have to admit that she's a dragon, then. I think that's the more fun implication. When will my Asmodee video be uploaded? So my editor finished editing, but I have not actually gone through to review and make sure everything's okay. And, you know, to, like, go through for edits and find glitches in the rendering and stuff like that, because we do have that issue from time to time. So I haven't done that yet, but it's a 50-minute video. And I also need to get the integration approved from the sponsor first. So that's with the sponsor. I'm waiting to hear back. And then also I need to finish this thumbnail. So realistically, Tuesday. Optimistically, Monday. But it's long. So, like, if I do need to make edits and stuff, they're gonna just take a while, which is kind of, you know, annoying, but it is what it is. Just how it goes. Paimon is a dragon? I can roll with that? Yeah, so listen. Here's the thing. Both Lowen's story quest and Nicole have doubled down on the idea that angels are dragons. Or at least, at the very least, they are made of draconic stuff, right? Whatever their base material is draconic. Like, that I think is what we have to admit. So, like, the way I see it, heckin', sorry, I'm looking for an image that I can share with you guys. A specific one, and now I can't find it. Oh, here it is. Okay, I found it. I'm just gonna copy it into Clip Studio so you guys can just see. Where did it go? Oh my god, it's so little. It's so little! Why is it all the way up there? Okay, this is a snippet from the manga. And that is indeed Celestia. From before the game launched. And there are dragons flying around it. And it had been a mystery since the very beginning of the game as to why there were dragons flying around Celestia. That doesn't make any sense. Until you factor in the idea that angels, when they give up their wisdom, turn into dragons. Which means that there's something about the mind that allows them to take on a humanoid form. So these, floating around Celestia, are angels. Because angels are dragons. Okay. Is the manga canon at all at this point? What do you mean? We just spent the last patch doubling down on the contents of the manga. Lowen's story quest is the first chapter of like the wine and song portion of the manga. It goes over Eric and Crepus's death and Dottoro's shenanigans and Ursa the Drake and the experiments conducted with Ursa the Drake. And those experiments that Dottore conducted with Ursa the Drake are connected to the experiments he did on Kale with Nabu Malikata. Basically, this guy was going around collecting angel remnants and trying to use to fuse them with humans. It wasn't just like a one-off. Like, he had a whole thing. So the only thing that's probably not canon about the manga at this point is the design of Dottore. That's it. Everything he did, totally canon. He did it. He was there. All that stuff, canon. And every time they bring something up from the manga, they double down on the contents of it. So, like, yeah, it's canon. I don't know that we can really debate it at this point. Like, Lowen's kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back in that sense. Like, even if you were still kind of in denial about the manga being canon, Lowen's kind of like, yeah, no, you kind of have to just accept this now. It's just the way it is. The Wolfie story about boars and the scale. Some gave up their power and became Sealies. Some gave up their wisdom and became animals or dragons. Yeah. Yep. That's basically it. I think Wolfie actually says he calls the angels boars. And then he says they turned into, I think he says they turned into Sealies when they gave up their power. And they turned into lizards and snakes when they gave up their wisdom. So that ends up being pretty literal in the end, which I find kind of funny. But, you know. Okay. If we consider the giants and dwarfs mentioned in the artifact set as red giants and dwarf stars being snuffed out, then what if the darkness crisis is an abyssal version of the Big Bang? It could be. It very well could be. It could be that the universe is resetting. In fact, it could be that the universe reset. In the last 6,000 years, maybe the universe reset. And Teyvat really is an arc. Wouldn't that be interesting? I don't know if I could prove that. But interesting to think about. I'll take it. That's not ideal, but I'll take it. Yeah. I can't believe this pen still works. I've had this pen since I was in high school. For some of you, that doesn't sound like that long ago, but for me, it was a long, 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 long time ago. Long enough that you can't buy this stuff anymore. I'm like genuinely shocked it still works. There you go. Illustration takes so long. It's been so long I have forgotten. We'll call that good. Yeah, okay. Ish. You won't see most of this. It's fine. I'm thinking Neba may have been contaminated with Nibelung fragments, so she no longer counted as an angel. She'd crossed the border into being a mutant angel, effectively. I don't know about that. I mean, like, you'd have to argue the same for Ursa, and that wouldn't really make sense with, Nicole's voice lines. There's not really anything to, suggest that she was corrupted in that way. If the border is really like an airport with ID checks and everything, what if ascending to Celestia just gets you an internship at Border Patrol? Imagine seeing Vanessa there. I mean, she did turn into a bird. Everyone knows birds are government surveillance systems. I'm just kidding. But in a video game... Yeah, okay. Oh, I have to do the chibi face. I hate doing the little chibi faces. Oh, Paimon, why? Why are you like this? Did I see that pair of statues depicting a Leviathan and a Behemoth in the Temple of Space? I'm not sure I know which ones you're talking about, actually. So I guess no? I mean, it's possible. I just may not have clocked them like that. Nay, what a name! Thank you for this super. This stream makes my night shifts bearable. I'm happy to oblige. Sucks you're working on a Saturday, though. Not much I can do about that. But if this makes your night shift more bearable, then I'm happy. I might need to take a break here in a minute. I'm so out of practice that I think like my art stamina is not that high. Not as high as it used to be, certainly. Whoop. Not what I meant to do. Yeah. Oh, this bit though. Actually. I think it's just too big. I think it's just too big. Well, my music stopped. No! Not my music! Not the music! Come back! There it is. Here we go. That's better. Okay. Yeah, better. Oh, that eye looks weird. Real weird. That's a little better. Okay. That's a little better. I'll take that. Actually. There. Okay. I'll take that. Well, I don't usually have a problem with... It's not that I have a problem with eyes, especially doing second ones and making them match. It's just that, like, I have such a hard time with, like, cute little cherubic faces in general. Like... especially when they're going to be real small. Working with standard proportions is actually a lot easier. At least for me. Honestly, this is probably too much effort for, like, what this is actually going to be used for. Oh, it's all right. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. I'll take it. Quick question. If you were offered to voice a character in Genshin, would you do it? I don't know. I wouldn't call myself like an actor. There's also like a lot of like logistical stuff like surrounding union contracts and whatnot. And I don't know. I'm not. That might be too real compared to like what you meant. Like, oh, if you got a chance to voice a character in your video game, would you do it? And I'm like, union contracts is probably not what you were asking. But those things are pretty important to me. So, I guess probably not. I think if you'd asked me like a couple years ago, I probably would have done it. I don't think I'd do it now, though. Could new Conria be the end and the beginning time loop style? That could make Kaya the progenitor of Conria. Thoughts? I don't know about Kaya being the progenitor of Conria. I really don't know what they're gonna do with Kaya. Like, I'm very pessimistic about it. Maybe that's like it's undeserved. Maybe my pessimism is undeserved. I don't know. But I'm a little pessimistic about what they're going to do with Kaya. Just because I feel like when it comes to like the original Mondstadt cast, they've really let us down as far as like making them feel like they're relevant. You know, like Lisa was such a perfect opportunity to have to introduce us to Sumeru, you know. It would have been a great way to, you know, Amber would have been a great way to tie us into Kale, right? Kaya's there to do stuff with the Abyss Order. And we kind of got that with that Danesif quest, but we also kind of didn't. You know? So I just kind of feel like when it comes to the original Mondstadt cast, they just... Every time, like, you think they're going to do something cool with them, they just don't. And so I'm very pessimistic about it. Love to be proven wrong. Would absolutely love being wrong about that. But so far, not so good. You know? However, Conria sort of being like the end and beginning of like a time loop cycle, that's something I think they'd probably do at this point. Like if there's one line that Nicole has that's like really fucked up. Not as like the contents itself are fucked up, but like the implications of it are glossed over to such a degree that it feels egregious. You know what I mean? Like, she has this line about Albedo where she's just like, yeah, so, like, in another causality, Albedo was actually in your position, and he was, like, traveling the world and being the descender and all that kind of stuff. But, like, things ended really badly, so I'm glad it's you this time. And I'm like, that's not weird at all. So it kind of makes me wonder if, like, the silver trees that we see in domains and stuff, if those are the remnants of literal fallen timelines. Like, if we're not really, like, in a time loop situation so much as, like, Teyvat itself is, like, a samsara, where it's literally, like, resetting itself as a simulation type thing. So not, like, a literal time loop, but you're inside a simulation so you can mess with time. And then the starting and ending point is Conria. That I could see. Especially because, like, they just did that with Amphorius, where the starting and ending point of every time loop was Idis Elysiae. I could totally see them doing that again. But I kind of wonder if, like, domains in general are, like, the failed timelines. And that's why there are dead Irminsul trees, petrified, inside each one. And then Nicole also says something about, like, this is where Koitar met Voyager at one of these fallen timeline tree things, as I'm personally calling them. And that just kind of, like, there's so many implications with that I don't even know where to begin. Oh, sorry. And since we do have, like, that thing with the Abyss being, like, the discarded stuff, the timelines that aren't chosen, you know, like, that kind of thing, like, it does feel like maybe if you run it simulation style, the Abyss would be, like, garbage collection. You know what I mean? Anyway, kind of messes me up. Alice also said the Abyss is the unchosen timeline. Sounds like the Fate Grand Order way of choosing altars or introducing altars. Yeah, I mean, it can be. Yeah. Thoughts on the Pyronosis possibly ending up with the Abyss sibling? I don't think so. The Abyss sibling doesn't have any use for the Gnosis. Which is also interesting when you think about it. Like, why would they not have a use for the Gnosis if they're so important? I think, and this is, okay, so this is based off of, in my Discord server, there's someone named Sephi who pitched this idea, and I think it works for reasons that I'll add to their idea. But they were basically suggesting, hey, so you know how visions are made out of, like, moon stuff, or at least, like, they were based on moon wheels, which were, like, fragments of the moon's power that they gave to their followers or whatnot. Well, delusions are made out of the remnants of dead gods. And those are made in Snezhnaya. So what if the Tsaritsa actually wants the Gnosis not to resurrect the third Descender, and not to make Fate or whatever, but to make stellar linchpins? I think that's a pretty cool idea. I think it has a lot of merit. And if you think of things that way, then suddenly it makes sense why the Abyss Twin wouldn't need the Gnosis. They're not actually that important for what they're trying to do, you know? But if the Tsaritsa is trying to raise an army that can fight against the gods, then having a way to give them, you know, magical powers that has nothing to do with the vision distribution system is a big benefit, don't you think? Yeah. What are stellar linchpins? In Sandrone's drip marketing, she doesn't have a vision, she has a stellar linchpin. It looks like a Liyue vision, almost, because it's square. It's not even round. But see, like, even that makes sense, right? Because, like, visions were based off of the technology of moon wheels, and moon wheels are round, so it makes sense if most of the visions are round. Why is Zhongli's stuff not round? Excuse me. That's a conversation for another day, but it would make sense for the Tsaritsa to attempt to make, like, a copy of visions using other dead god remains, and they ended up with delusions, but then those didn't work all that well, so then they started using the Gnosis, and the Gnosis ended up working really well. And so they end up having a different shape because they're part of a different system. In fact, maybe that's part of Zhongli's contract with the Tsaritsa. Who knows? Maybe that's the reason why he has square visions. Maybe it's the Tsaritsa's fault. Maybe Liyue, visions are, like, similar to stellar linchpins. Anyway. The Shades did say they planned to intervene. The Pyronosis suddenly disappearing after Nahida getting to talk with the Shades. I bet my chips in the Pyronosis that the Pyronosis is with the Shades. I mean, they could be. But it could also just be burned up. They could have just gotten rid of it. It could just be gone. I don't know if I'm going to do the colors tonight. I'm tired. Okay, I see. Yeah, they're just kind of like blurby blurs. Actually. Whoa, that's too much rotation. Is this the Peanuts song? Why is this on my jazz station? I mean, I guess it is jazz, but... Okay. Okay, whatever. It's fine. We'll vibe. I don't even know what I drew here. What the heck? Well, I was gonna add something to that stellar linchpin theory, wasn't I? Yeah, I was. I was indeed. Paimon kind of looks like a jester. Like, the more I look at her design as I'm going through, like, each element, the more I really think she has, like, jester elements. Okay. Do I think the stellar part of the linchpin is connected to that mysterious power of cryo they teased in that video? Also, what would be its source? I just said! Did I not just give a theory for what... for the stellar linchpins and where they came from and stuff? Was that not sufficient? This is more of a doubt that confused me. During Act 10, the spy we caught was never contacted by the Fatui from Wanderer and Paimon's perspective, but for the Fatui, the spy never showed. I'm not sure I follow, but maybe I need to revisit the footage. I think I might need to revisit the footage for that one. Sorry, I can't really help. I don't like that either. But I don't like this for sure. This I definitely don't like. Yeah. Well, the problem here isn't actually the thing, is it? No, 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 no. Let's try this again. Okay. Okay, I feel better. Forget the hair. Forget the hair. Oh, if I ever design a character this detailed, shoot me. Oh, I couldn't. I really couldn't. That would drive me crazy. For me, what's the hardest stage of drawing? Coloring. For sure, coloring. Color and I do not get along. I know a lot of people who love coloring. I actually had a friend who just loved coloring and only learned to draw because they wanted more stuff they could color. She was actually a professional colorist for Marvel, of all places, which I thought was really funny. Well, she loved her job, though. Although she eventually quit because she made more money from conventions than she did from her full-time salary, which is insane when you really stop to think about it. Okay, I think I have to fix Paimon's hair. I can't do this. I gotta fix Paimon's hair. I can't do this. Something's funky here, and I can't quite reconcile it. That's better. It's just missing some floof, guys. It's just missing some floof. That's the problem. Okay, I can work with that. That's a little better. Yeah. We'll work that. Okay. Making sure I got my layers right. We're all good. We're all good. We're all good. We're all good. I mean, the spy and the Fatui, according to their accounts, were going to meet but missed each other. Wanderer attributed it to Pantaloni's caution, but then why would the Fatui try to make contact? The way I understood this is that that guy wasn't really a priority, and they never really had intentions of following through on it. They were trying to bait the Fatui out, and the Fatui weren't taking the bait, is what I got from it on my first watch. I haven't gone through it a second time yet. So, like, to me, the fact that, like, Wanderer caught on early. Well, not early, but he caught on at all. Just means that, like, Pants realized that it was time to cut their losses. Because from what I got from the quest, like, the way Pants operates, he just kind of, like, sets up things, like, as backup plans and contingencies on top of backup plans and contingencies, as many as he could ever possibly need, and then he just kind of burns them as needed. So if he loses one, he doesn't really care. And so I think that guy was just supposed to be a distraction. And Wanderer realized that, and that's why they bailed. As for why there's, like, that weird discrepancy about, like, why one didn't show up and why, I don't know. I'd have to watch it again to, like, get, like, a good feel for, like, what they were actually trying to do there. It's just hard to say without looking at it. Something else I have noticed is that there has been a bit of a weird shift in the translations and localizations lately. Like, for example, when they said the angels were made by the primordial humans, like, that was technically supposed to be made by the primordial human, like the primordial one. It wasn't supposed to be like the primordial humans necessarily. Like, it was like a weird translation thing, and I feel like it's one of those things that, like, unless you had the lore Bible right in front of you, you'd probably miss it because it's kind of nuanced, but like, I just feel like they might have a new localization team. It's just vibes that I have. Like, there's some weird stuff that, like, I'm having a hard time working through with translations right now. And I feel like they've moved their translation team around. I can't prove it, though. It's just like the mistakes that are being made are just ones that wouldn't have been made before. So I don't know if they're like trying to move at like a different speed or if it's just like a totally different team. You know what I mean? Or maybe it's just like they've been overworked and now they have they just have a genuine mistake. I don't know. But that could be part of it too. Because like even in Lowen's quest, there's like this line of Kaya's where he's saying like, oh, you know, Lowen's gonna break D-Luke's record, and the way that it's worded in English, it makes it sound like he's gonna be breaking D-Luke's record of being the youngest captain of the Knights of Favonius. But then that's really, really weird because D-Luke was made captain at age 14, which would mean Lowen is like less than 14, which is definitely not the case. But then in Chinese, it's a bit more the way it was supposed to be was like Kaya was supposed to say something more like, this is the fastest anyone's ever been promoted from vice captain to captain. Right? Like that was kind of the implication, which would make Lowen a lot older because he's breaking a different record. But there's been weird localization stuff like that lately that make me think that we have like a different team, and that might be part of the weird discrepancy with that quest. I do not know. That didn't help my hair at all. I think it looks worse now. What the hell? It looks worse now. Goodbye. Hold on. I think I know the problem. The problem is that I am drawing Paimon's hair wrong in general. There we go. That'll do it. Does her hair look a little bit shorter than it does normally? Yes. Is that okay? Also, yes. Okay, this makes more sense to me. This makes more sense to me now. Because, like, Paimon's hair is actually, like, a bob in the back. And it gets longer in the front. Yeah. That looks more correct, but now she looks really round. That's okay, she looks cute. If only the Traveler used their new outfits and cutscenes. Yeah, I mean, they're starting to. They are starting to. They're just kind of, like, not being very consistent about when, like, which cutscenes they decide to keep them in. I also find that funny. Okay, I want to be done with the lines. That would be awesome. I would love to be done with these stupid lines. There's too many lines. Also, she has, like, an incomplete eyebrow. And no eyelid. There we go. All better. Paimon, you've been updated. Here. I accept this one. I accept this version. This version's fine. I'll live. I'll live. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Sorry, I had to work through that in my own time. I couldn't look at you guys for a minute. I can't. I gotta kiss. I'm so out of practice. I should practice more, but then the question becomes, with what time? I don't have an Istaroth in my life. Also not sure if I want one. I feel like she'd just be the keeper of my diary, walking around behind me like a narrator. And then Ash took out the pressure washer and plugged in the hose, only to discover that the hose was rusted. And then when she turned on the water, it ruptured. I just feel like she'd do that. Okay. Oh, yes. Ooh. I miss having all my drawing equipment. I don't use it anymore, but I kind of just miss having it. But it has a good home. When I put it up on Craigslist a while back, and it actually got picked up by an aspiring webcomic artist. So, I mean, it's gone to a good home, so I can't be that upset. Someone's using it to make good shit. Why is Paimon's head so small? Her hair is huge. I mean, that is kind of how she looks. I think it just looks jarring in the way I draw it. Which is okay. I don't mind. She's gonna be really tiny anyway. Paimon's face doesn't really have a lot of defining characteristics to it, to be honest. Okay. Wait. Paimon should be in front of that. Hold on. Yeah. Here. Paimon looks naked without her crown. The crown is such a part of her. Better. Oh, that's why. Okay. I might have to do this one more time. Paimon, why is your hair so weird? I don't understand. Who is your stylist? I'm going to hide your hair inside of your scarf. You know what? That is a good question. Does Paimon's hair actually grow? I don't know what that would tell us. Other than, like, she's not growing and she's not going to get older. I mean, that is certainly more Paimon-esque than it was. That's better. Still not great. I hate hair. I'm gonna whine about it forever. Never mind, I still hate it. I think I'm just gonna take that, honestly, because, like, at this point... at this point, I'm not sure I can match something that will... make me feel like it fits. You know what I mean? Okay. Maybe take a break from the hair and do something else. There's not much left. That's the thing. We're at the tail end here. There's not much left to do. There's just the rest of Paimon's outfit, and then that's it. Oh, I give up. You can live like this for a while. We will trim your hair the rest of the way later. For now, we gotta finish this. You're curious if it's intended for everything in Tevat to be so dragony, or did it change after Natlan and the column being a rewrite? No, it was always intended that way. Because, like, the story was always about the first Descender colonizing a planet that already belonged to dragons. That was always the story. Always, always. You know, we were borrowing... We were always borrowing a planet that didn't belong to us. And I think that, like, there's some things that could have been sort of retconned or retrofit, depending on how you want to look at it, to sort of fit a more draconic narrative. But I think that Hoyo's had a pretty good idea of, like, what they wanted to do with this for a while. The thing is, Hoyo is very consistent across their games about what they're trying to do. Like, right now we have the same thing going on in Star Rail with the Leviathans as we kind of do in Genshin with the dragons. And even in their, like, Animal Crossing-like that they're making, they are going for the whole, yes, dragon becomes the planet, becomes the galaxy kind of thing. So, like, they are very consistent with that. I think you can argue, like, the point of, like, when that consistency kind of, like, hit. But I have a feeling that after Honkai Impact Part 1 ended, they kind of refined their idea down and then trialed it in Genshin and then refined it in Star Rail and then went back and made corrections as needed. That's my hypothesis. They're too consistent for it to be a recent rewrite. So it's been at least a few years. Yeah, there we go. That'll do. That'll do. New crack theory, every planet in the Hoyoverse was formed by a fragment of a Leviathan, which is why Klipoth seals them into subspace wall. I mean, that would be kind of funny. Like, if the whole universe was made by out of Leviathan remains, and Klipoth is like, nope, I'm gonna destroy this whole thing because I only want to preserve the things that are not made by dragon-y things. That would be quite funny. I don't think Hoyo would do that, but it would be really funny. Yeah, it's better. Is a little better. Yeah. I mean, she's gonna be really small. You're not gonna see a lot of this stuff. Like, a lot of this stuff's just not gonna be there. I just realized that she actually has a double layer on her black scarf. So I'm actually just gonna extend this line, and now that becomes part of the black scarf too. And I can just do that. And now it looks like one piece. Yay. I can just do that for the white scarf. And then we can go... Those are such weird little shapes. I don't know what to do with these little shapes. They're just very strange. Yeah. Yeah. I'll take that. I will take this shape for 300, please. 300 what? I don't know, seconds probably. And we'll do that. There we go. Okay. Oh, Paimon, 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 Paimon. Paimon, Paimon, Paimon. Oops. Well, that's crooked. Too crooked, I mean. They can be a little crooked. I don't care about that. Yeah. That's good. Okay. Now it's these lines. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Anyway, how you guys doing? Are you having fun yet? Are we having fun yet? Every time I do one of these, I'm just like, why did I do this to myself? Why did I decide to do this instead of just doing what I normally do? There we go. There we go. One down. A couple to go. Okay. Oh, my hand is sore. Not just because I've been drawing, but because I pressure washed my house today. And my hand's a little fatigued from that. You want a copy before you shrink the... I keep the originals. I always keep the originals. You don't have to worry about that. Do you guys ever wonder if they're going to pull a Horizon Zero Dawn on us? Well, like, in what way? How do I phrase this well? Okay, in Horizon, I'm going to be spoiling some things, I'm sorry. In Horizon Zero Dawn, like, it seems like the issue is just, like, the world needs to be rebooted. For, that's an oversimplification, to put it lightly, but, like, you know, there's one of the systems of the supercomputer that's supposed to reboot all the systems that kind of rebuild the world or whatever is going haywire, right? And he's like, well, it's making a bunch of rogue destructive robot animal type things, right? And that's a problem. That's like the big problem. And it seems like that's going to be like the big thing, right? Like that's going to be the main issue. And then you get to the next game and you find out that the real issue, like that was like peanuts, right? Like that wasn't really the big thing. The big thing was the fact that there was like a whole group of humans at some point, you know what? I'm just gonna get rid of this. Who were really wealthy and they went into space to find like another planet where they could live all like utopian lifestyles inside their own dream fantasy world type things, right? But then that went haywire and they were like, oh shit. And so now there's like a rogue, crazy, corrupted AI on its way back to Earth to destroy everything. And I just think about Nibelung and stuff, and I'm just like, isn't that kind of like the plot of Horizon Zero Dawn? Are they actually going to do that to us? Is Voyager going to be like the equivalent of like the ship that those people came back on and they arrived before the AI, but like the AI is like coming back, and the AI is also like technically a hive mind of sorts? And then like the hive mind in Genshin is like Nibelung. You know what I mean? Sorry, someone mentioned a collab in the, like, what series stands a chance of getting a collab in Genshin, and I was thinking about the only collaboration character we have, and I was like, you know what? There's also a lot of parallels between Nemesis, the AI thing, and Gasoithoth, which I think is funny. Especially the way it looks. Honestly, though, I don't think Hoyo's going to do a collab. The thing is they only really do collabs with franchises that they, like, are in love with. And there's only 2 franchises that Hoyo is absolutely in love with. The first one is Fate, and the second one is Evangelion. Sorry. And they've done collaborations with both. So the only other collaboration they've ever done is, as far as I know, for like their 3 main games, is Horizon. So that's why I was wondering. If I'm interested in Horizon Parallels, Arnold made a quick theory about it. I've done the deep dive into the Horizon Parallels before. I put some of them in a video, but I didn't like do like a super deep dive. So it's cool to know that someone else did. I'm glad somebody else is seeing what I'm seeing, because that means I'm not crazy. Well, I mean, yeah, that's debatable, but I'm not crazy in that way. Not about this. And that is cool. I will check that out, though. Because I do want to see what else he came up with. Because I had a short list, and I was like, I don't want to dig into this, because I will be in this rabbit hole forever. But I will check it out. Okay. All right. Harnell belief in Paimon is an ideation module, and HP is the ship's AI, so it makes sense. He would side with the Horizon parallels. Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. That's fair. It's just I hadn't heard of anybody else in the lore community talking about it. And it was one of those, is this just me? But it's not just me. And that makes me feel all warm and fuzzy. I like when people make theories about stuff that I'm never going to get to. Because then I don't feel bad about not getting to them. I'm just like, oh, yes, thank God somebody did it. I don't have to do this. Because I probably would have ended up doing it eventually. But no, I don't have to. Hooray! HSR in concept is a collab. I mean, that's true. And but like, I feel like collabing with yourself is like, yeah, I'm not gonna verbalize how I would describe that. Feels like self-gratification. How's that? Also, like, technically, if you're trying to make it so that all your games actually end up in the same universe, or at least like a certain selection of them, like, is it really considered a collab at that point? Like, the sheer amount of times they've been referring to something in Star Rail as of late, like, I'm just not convinced the games aren't gonna collide. Not like literally, not like I think, you know, the Trailblazers is gonna go to Tavad or anything. Like, I don't think that, but like, I feel like in the same way that they're kind of doing it with Honkai Impact, I feel like they'll do it with Genshin as well, and Genshin 2. Or Genshin Part 2, however they decide to go about that. Yeah. Collide like an impact? Don't you start. Oh, no. Why? Why? Why would you say such a thing? What? No, that's not... That's not an eraser. That's white. That's white paint. Ugh. Yeah. When is Hoyo gonna reveal that Sampo is aha? I'm getting impatient. I've got conflicted feelings on Eons in Star Rail. Especially when it comes to the idea that we might actually see them in a humanoid way. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm so mixed on it. I'm very mixed on it. Here we go. Oh my god, it's Nova! Are you back for more already? I thought you didn't go online on Saturdays. Did you lie to me? Sneaky guy. You slept all day? Oh my god, I couldn't do that. That's crazy. I think I might. If I sleep all day, I'm probably dead. Like I am probably dead if I sleep all day. Just assume I have died. There we go. All right, we're getting there. Slowly but surely, we are getting there. Low-key, though, the last time I slept for like an entire day, I had just gotten back from a trip to Thailand, and I had been traveling for like, I just want to say like 30 hours straight at that point. And also I was coming down with a cold because it was so hot there. But you'd have to go in and out of buildings all day, especially even if you were just like walking to and from someplace. And the buildings had the air conditioning on like full blast. So you'd be going from like 102 to like 60. And back and forth and back and forth. And like the shock between those temperatures literally got me like real sick by the time I got back. I can't handle it. I don't even use an air conditioner in the summer. Like I can't. The only time the air conditioner does go on is if it's so miserable that my dogs are like struggling. I will use an air conditioner for my dogs and no other reason. They deserve to have temperature control. I do not need it. What? What happened? Does that come back now? Whoa! Holy shit. That's a lunar moth. Huh. Okay. Is there no sound? Are we good? Huh. That's weird. I looked... I'm resuming the same stream too. This is so weird. Like I looked in my channel dashboard. I don't have a violation or anything. It was very strange. It was very, very strange. I mean... How very strange. What? What on earth? YouTube, what the fuck? Whoa. There is like a literal lunar moth and it's huge and it's flying around my room. I gotta catch this thing. This thing's huge. I don't have any notifications though. I mean, I muted it. Huh. All right, well, I muted it in OBS, so I don't know why it's still playing. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I kind of want to catch this moth, though. It's so cool. You guys, I'm going to send a picture. Huh. I don't have, okay, look, I don't have a notification in my email. There's no notification in the studio. I've got nothing on OBS. I don't know. I got nothing, man. I have no idea. I have no idea. There's no restrictions on. There's no strikes. What the Let me finish! Dang it! I turned the music off. Let me finish. Stupid thing. But like, why is it doing that without telling me anything? Like, shouldn't I be the first one to know if anything happens? Like, what are we doing here? I don't get it. I didn't violate anything, given the fact that there's no notification in my studio. If they want to, like, tell me, that would be helpful. Yeah, you guys are the ones telling me that something's weird. OBS is fine. There's nothing in my email. There's nothing in YouTube Studio. I'm looking at my content restrictions. There's nothing. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you, except I have the coolest moth, and I gotta catch this thing. It's so big. It's like 4 inches across. It's so cool. It's huge. I gotta catch this moth before it hurts itself. Okay, listen, little guy, you gotta stop dive bombing me, though. It's not helping anybody. It's one of those green lunar moths. You know, like the ones with the really long tail? I have the door open so that the dogs can kind of like go in and out, but because the lights are on, like sometimes bugs fly in. And it doesn't bother me. But today it appears I have a bird-sized moth in my house. It decided to greet me. I miss my music. Now I'm bored. Oh, YouTube. Her perfectly functional app. Also, technically, I have a license to that music. Thank you very much. I paid for that. Stupid thing. Also, did it seriously take 4 hours for it to decide that? Like, that's crazy. All right. I was just playing some jazz. Excuse me. I just like to have a little bit of instrumental in the background while I'm working. Usually I listen to more vocal stuff, but not like when I'm talking or if I'm writing. Okay, I don't want to do anymore. Oh no. I just realized I did all of this and I completely neglected to I completely neglected to finish Asmodee. Because Asmodee has a bunch of stuff. YouTube is not a bee. It's not a bee. They're not cool. They're not cool enough to be a bee, you guys. They don't like jazz. They don't enjoy the jazz. That means they're wasps. Wasps, I tell you, wasps. The inferior bee. I shouldn't say that. Wasps are actually good pollinators. I can't hate on the wasps, even though I hate them building nests around my house. Okay. Well, let's finish this up, I guess. I don't want to draw that knot work. That's what I was trying to avoid doing when I went to go work on Paimon. I'm just like, I'll draw Paimon so I don't have to do this stupid knot on her neck. I still have to do the stupid knot on her neck. That's still a thing. That is still a thing. Indeed. Damn, I've never gotten, like, stream bombed like that. That's weird. That's very weird. Oh, this line doesn't line up at all. What happened here? What happened here? Those lines don't line up. What was I doing? That line doesn't line up either. I'll take it. That works. It's fine. We take those. The boob overspilled. What a phrase! What does that mean? What is that supposed to mean? And do I even want to know? Probably not. I can think of several things it could mean, and all of them are very cursed. I'm getting antsy. I kind of wanted to finish this today. That's not happening. Because to finish this, I have to color this, and I don't want to color this right now. So that's gonna be a different time. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good enough. Let's start the background music and see if it happens again. Are you trying to get me nuked? Really? Apparently, though, I can run this music for 4 hours before I get any sort of attention. So I guess that's worth knowing. Over the 4-hour mark, nope. If I want to do this again, that means I'm going to actually have to, like, do my own playlists, and I don't want to. Okay, I gotta do this friggin' line work. Are there ways to do this easier in Clip Studio? Yes. Will I use those ways? No. Why? Because I've tried to do those ways before and they're not actually easier. Some people think they're easier. I don't. I don't think they're easier. I think they make my life harder. Hello. Hello, not work, my old friend. Where is my not work book, actually? That's a good question. I had a whole book on how to draw all sorts of different kind of knot work. It was really cool. And I'm realizing I have no idea where it is. And I should go looking for it. Tonight? No. Eventually? Yes. Okay. So there will not be another art stream? There'll be another art stream. I just have to figure out a different solution, that's all. I don't let things like this dictate what I do. That would be crazy. I will do malicious compliance. That's what I will do. Which means I'm gonna hum you some jazz now. Not actually. Humming jazz is hard. You assumed I commissioned pieces? Yeah, I used to be the one doing the commissions. It's been a hot minute. I'm rusty, but I can still do it. It is like riding a bike. You don't forget. You just get a little less refined at it. You lose your finesse, but not your skill. That's what it is. Oops. Losing me polish. It's not so much that the lines are tricky. It's more like I hate drawing parallel lines when they have to be like this. You know what I mean? Trying to make them look even the whole way. That's the pain. It's not the knot that's a pain. It's the thickness. Pushing 30, but you don't know how to ride a bike? Well, I mean, you can learn. You got time, buddy. You're only 30. You got plenty of time. Life is long. Life is very long. What if I did some ad lib knots here and then used that to come down here? Yeah. That's cool. I'll take that. To be fair, though, I say, like, you lose your finesse or whatever, but, like, honestly, I was never particularly great to begin with. So, it's not like much is lost. I was one of those artists that got better after not drawing for, like, a month. Because, like, when I would draw, I would get into bad habits. And then not drawing made me, like, forget the bad habits I had just picked up. So I'd get better. It happens. Ugh. I will be cured one day. This comes down then like this, I guess. And then we put this down here. No, I need to do this one first. This one's going to come down here. Why did I do it like that? Oh no, that's right. That's right. That is correct. I did that correctly. I just did it weirdly, that's all. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to do it this way. This is not how her knot actually goes, but it is how I will make her knot go. And only the people who are really looking very closely will notice. Oh. This way. It's very unbalanced now, though. That's not right. Let's not do that. That's not quite right. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Better. Better. Okay, I actually just realized, Icarus, I am sorry for missing your super. Thank you. You happened to send it just as the celestial nails hit me. I guess they don't want me to tell you about Asmodee's power over platonic solids. It's the truth, though. It's true. Mm-hmm. It's the truth! And we will speak it! Well, it's the truth until Hoyo decides that it's not canon. You know how it goes. Got a cool idea, feels awesome. I don't know why you sent me the message that just said potatoes, but I do appreciate the super. But maybe you were the reason. Maybe you were the reason why we got nailed. Maybe potatoes is the keyword. Maybe that's the trigger. Maybe you write potatoes and then all of a sudden, BAM! Get pelted with a digital potato. Turns your stream into potato. It could happen. It could happen. You don't know. But thank you. I appreciate it. Ugh. I definitely screwed up the knot, and I don't care. The only way I'm gonna get this knot right is if I actually, like, pull it from the model. And then, like, put it in perspective. Because, like, I'm missing, like, a whole loop-de-loop. And I'm just gonna hope no one notices. Yeah. No one will notice that, right? Right? We're okay. We're okay. No one's gonna notice that. They will notice this one, though. This one's big. Do I get comments which zoom in on your art and find that no one will notice this, so I'll leave it alone part? Oh, yeah, all the time. Well, I mean, not these days, because I don't do that much art these days, but, like, back in the day, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All the time. It was extremely annoying. But you know. Tis what it is. People are gonna scrutinize. And I look at it as like, well, I guess they liked it if they stared at it long enough to find that. You know? Either that or they really hated it and wanted to find something wrong with it so they could tell me that. But that happens. That happens too. I've seen people judge like how popular something is based on the quality of its fan art, which is a wild thing to do. How would I react if in 3 days like Hoyo released more pictures of Asmodee? Honestly, the other day I left out a piece of yard equipment outside. So I'm just like, I'm gonna use this tomorrow. It's no big deal. Like I don't have to put it in the shed. It's not gonna rain. It'll be fine. Just before I go to bed, what happens? Torrential downpour. As soon as I said that, thunder just rolled outside. Oh, that's funny. Levi just like came in here just like, oh, okay. Hi, buddy. I know. You can sleep with me tonight. It's okay. It's okay. I kind of look at it like that, right? Like it's gonna rain only if you don't think it's gonna rain, and only during the times when like you've done something that you need it to not rain for. And so the way I see it, like me drawing a picture of Asmodee, because there aren't many good pictures of Asmodee to work with, especially like ones that I could use to get my point across. That feels to me like I'm tempting fate. Like, go ahead. This is my summoning ritual. Okay. I might be at my limit there too. If I can summon rain by taunting it not to rain, then I can summon Asmodee pictures by drawing pictures of Asmodee. So go ahead, Hoyo, hit me with your best shot. Let's see it. Let's see your Asmodee stuff. You're surprised I'm still streaming? Look, I'm streaming until I'm done with the line work, okay? Like, I'm not gonna color it tonight, but like, I at least needed to be done with this. Like, I can't just stop here. I just gotta, yeah. We just gotta do the thing. Okay. Does she actually have that bar? Is that a thing? Oh, Paimon, you're hiding the... Oh yeah, she does. Okay. Okay. But only on this side. So I just need that. Okay. I think that's it. I think that... Oh. Famous last words. Yeah. Okay. Now we're good. All right, I'll take that. I'll take that. There she is. Ta-da! Oh, fuck! Fuck! I forgot the crown, man. I forgot the crown. All right. This won't take long. This is fine. This is fine. This is a. Do I have a? Have I had a smoother on this entire time? I have, haven't I? Oh my god. Okay, that explains a lot. Okay. I'm not going to do the little zigzag patterns in it because I'm going to do those at the coloring stage. Let's see. Symmetry. Symmetry. Now, could I use the symmetry tool for this? Yeah, probably. Will I, though? No. I would rather it look wonky. And it does, and that's okay. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. There we go. I think I'll just do that on the I'll do that on the coloring layer as well. That won't be hard to add a little depth to it so it doesn't look so flat. Except this is the wrong angle. There we go. Better. Missed a very important thing. Gotta get rid of this. Okay. Okay. Better. There. Okay, now Paimon doesn't look so weird. Because she has all of her pieces. Yes. There we go. There we go. Okay. There she is. Ah, my hand is so stiff. Oh my goodness. I'm done. Da 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 da. I'm really only done until like tomorrow when I have to color this. Reminds you of the Master Sword. It does look like a sword, doesn't it? Does make you wonder where the Traveler's Sword of Reason went. Ow. I just hope I'm not missing anything. I don't think I am. I think that's it. It's really just the, it'll just be coloring effects at this point, I think. Yeah, I think it's just coloring effects. There's a little bit of weirdness going on with some of my line weight. That will bother me, but yeah, it's okay. I can always thin this out a little bit later. Although I'm probably going to color my lines anyway. Okay, well, I have finished. Ugh. Why would reason be in a crown? Who says it's a crown? It's a halo. Goes around your head. Halo symbolizes divinity and wisdom. Oh, excuse me. And even that fits with Paimon potentially being a fragment of Asmodee because I can make a case that Asmodee is supposed to be one of God's 4 archangels, because we now know that the shades are technically archangels because of Nicole. When she talked about Istaroth and Zabai, she called her an archangel. Istaroth, not Zabai. And that means all of the other shades are also archangels, which means that the Raphael, Uriel, Gabriel, Michael theory that I made ages ago while decoding Mona's Scryglass is correct and probably referring to 4 of the shades. And if you were trying to figure out which shade Asmodee was, she would be Michael, in my opinion. Because sword Michael. Yeah. Yeah. Hooray for old theories coming to pass. Stop spoiling what? This is a long-held theory, Harley. I can do what I like. You know what kind of like thing though? This kind of like, I know this isn't technically correct, but I feel like that. Yeah, okay. I feel like just given the angles, like this, yeah. Yeah, hold on. Couple small things. Yep, okay. That looks more balanced. That is not technically correct, but it feels correct. So I'm going with it. Stop looking at it and going to bed. That's not how this works, Jibster. That's not how this works at all. I go to bed when I'm good and ready. And I ain't ready yet. Anyway. I'll call it. No, I won't. Hold on. I'm trying to fake the not work a little bit more. Hold on. How would I do this, though? I guess I would go this way, and then this way, and then this way, and then this way, I guess. That's not really correct, but that's fine. It's okay. Yeah. When you zoom out, it'll be fine. Okay. I'm done. Hooray! And I didn't technically get shut down by Google. Hopefully. I mean, you guys are still here. So, there's that. So, it must be fine. It must be fine. Must be fine. Okay. I'm also at the limit of my throat anyway. You will notice, Jibby, it just doesn't look like it right now because it's in black lines, but it'll be colored. It'll be colored. Okay, it'll be colored. Okay. Depending on how I feel, I might stream the coloring tomorrow. We'll see. No promises. But yeah. I hope you enjoyed this little art stream. I've never done one on this channel before. I hope it wasn't boring. I hope you were entertained. We didn't do much lore, so it was probably more of just like a regular chill stream. But anyway, just to make sure I didn't miss anybody before I go. I did miss somebody. Of course I missed somebody. Noxes, thank you for the super. Sometimes I forget you can draw gorgeous artwork. Good night, by the way. Good night to you too. I should really sleep. I should go to sleep. Okay, I will do that. I will do that. Also, thank you for joining. Thank you for watching. I hope this was fun. Oh, sorry. 4.5 hours seems to be the limit of my voice right now. So, I have to go now. Okay, I'm gonna go and find that lunar moth. If I find him and I catch him, I'll take a picture and I'll put it on the community tab so you can see it. Okay, I'm gonna go.